Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, February the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And can you see my screen? A couple of yeses. Thank you very much, Bob. Man, well, what a weekend. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. So I'm sure if you're not aware of the fact that Tesla decided to, at least they announced on the weekend, a $1.5 billion investment into Bitcoin. So this has put a huge surge into Bitcoin, of course, over the weekend. As somebody mentioned, I think Bitcoin hit 43,000, something like that. So a couple of our favorites, Mara and Riot, on the way up. Wainwright putting actually a pretty conservative price target on Mara. I think they said $30 for Mara. So anyway, so Bitcoin in play today for sure. I'm sure there are a bunch of other Bitcoin related stocks out there, but take your pick really right now. And there are other things happening. Okay, this one, OSS, I have no idea if this is actually electronic computer manufacturing. I don't know if this is a Bitcoin play or not, but it doesn't look like it. But at any rate, OSS is starting to gap up. Look at this. What a break on the daily. OSS, low float, 11 million in the float. Yeah, we've got definitely have BTBT and EQOS as another couple of, usually ones that are really react to Bitcoin. This is a little more speculative, BTBT. As well, they're all speculative. EQOS is another one. But again, take your pick. NMRD. This is not a Bitcoin play. So this popped way up here, 1590. It has pulled back down to 10 something. Don't see any specific reason for it. I'm just scouring some headlines. Don't see any specific reason for it. But what a gap up. Now, OCGN, kind of crazy. They did a financing at a huge premium, actually, to the close. I think the close was 4 something, maybe on Friday. Actually, about 5 something. They did a financing, OCGN. I think it was $23 million at $7.65. So that is way above what a premium they're paying. And plus, it's above the financing price. Viru. Oh, there's one other one. One other Bitcoin play. Okay, yeah. NCTY. Just wanted to mention NCTY. Another Bitcoin play. They did put out a little press release. They said they're purchasing Bitcoin mining machines. Okay, so NCTY, Bitcoin play. Last month it hit 20. Well, it's above last month's high now, NCTY. Viru, virus play, VERU. Let's see if it's holding its gap. VERU is a virus play. Yeah, kind of holding the gap. Got up to 1465. So, and before I keep going, I should mention that the trade of the week is RVP. It is considered live, especially when the market opens. Look, I know it's above the suggested entry, but you don't have to take it right away. But it's considered live at 1956. RVP, you can see right there. There was the high. Yeah, there was the high on Thursday was 1956. So it's a little bit above that high right now, and the stop is the rising 10 SMA on the daily chart. CYCC. Let's see if it's still holding its gap. CYCC. Let's see, the high on Friday. This was a pretty wild one, 1065. So it's kind of fading a little bit here. CYCC, LX, is it still holding its gap? Yes, it is. I think this might be. I don't know if this is a pseudo Bitcoin play. I just can't remember anymore. Anyway, LX, it's holding its gap right here. Palantir, PLTR. This was on a run this morning. Yeah, it's still kind of holding its gap also. PLTR. Joint AI application with a joint AI application product with IBM. That is the news this morning for PLTR. Is this still holding? This was one of those China education stocks last week that just ripped. Yeah, I mean, it's up 33%, big volume. Kind of holding the gap. The high was 641. Of course, it did get up to 1172 or so on Friday. CRNT. This is actually an earnings play, I believe. CRNT is an E-gap, an earnings play down. It's actually an earnings play. They released earnings pre-market. We've talked about Mara. We've talked about Riot. WPRT. Look at this one. WPRT. There's a big gap up for WPRT. What a run it's been on the last few months, of course, with a lot of the, I guess we'll lump it into the EVs. I actually had a big pop after hours on Friday. Look at this pop after hours on Fridays. Got all the way up to about 1350 or so. Pre-market, it took that level out, 1433. So definitely have to watch WPRT today. Yeah, CLNE, you know, it's funny. I used to follow this for, it seems like for years, and it did absolutely nothing. I mean, this is nothing. Of course, in the last few months, it has had a big run. There was a press release, the Los Angeles Metro, $17 million or 17 million barrel deal of their product, natural gas. Recycling or something like that. Anyway, CLNE, look at the gap now. Look at this gap for CLNE. That's right. WPRD did make a deal with Amazon. That's right. We're glancing at that. Okay, Purple Biotech, PBBT. Purple Biotech. There's a nice huge gap up for PBBT. It's been a bit of a wild one. And I don't see any specific news on it. Again, I'm just checking. I don't see any headlines on it. Not today, anyway. Now this one could get it. Well, this is already interesting. It's pulling back. It's pulling back quite a bit, actually, on a percentage basis. Ring Energy, REI, is a big gap up. Again, I don't see any specific reason for it. Might want to keep an eye. I remember when HUSA, H-U-S-A, had its, that was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, it had its day, or its week. And it is maybe getting set to have another little run, HUSA. CleanSpark, CLSK. Keep an eye on this one for sure. Look at this, 18 million in the float, 18.9 million in the float. Now it's pulled back quite a bit, 27.50, so it's pulled back over $3, but it's still above this level here. And of course, at one point this was up to $42. It's a low float, 18.9 million in the float. This is a SPAC. I almost shorted this one. Let's see if that would have been good. Yeah, that would have been good. SNPR, I was going to short this one at 19, and then I, had to move on. SNPR, this is one of those SPACs, and look at they're targeting a private company in the EV sector, Volta, VOLTA, Volta. So that's the news on this one, SNPR. SGBX. See if it's holding its gap. Not at all. Look at this big pop up to 830. I think I saw some news about them. It's a virus play, working with KLM Airlines, rapid testing. But this was really pulled right back down. Low float, 7 million in the float. Peri, P-E-R-I, this wasn't up huge. Well, actually, it is now. Yeah, when I first saw it, it wasn't up this much. Continuation play. I mean, look at the last 2 days. Look at Friday. Nice big day on Friday. Continuation. This was an earnings play in the 9th. I'm sorry, this will be an earnings play tomorrow before the market opens. And Sava and AVXL were running. Yeah, so Sava's running again. Of course, had a huge week last week. At one point, it got up to 118 before it just absolutely got cut in half, actually almost by 2/3. But a little bit of a rally. I think somebody mentioned some news on it. Announced a significant program, provides program progress, etc. Alzheimer's and AVXL was piggyback, sort of it was a peer play. CHRM was a buyout, or is a buyout. Maybe I got the symbol wrong. I must have the symbol wrong. It is CRHM. Sorry, CRHM. I might have put that up in the announcements wrong. And it's $4. There was no reason why it should be up here, but looks like this is a $4 buyout. All right, RVP over 20 now. Now, it may pull back. I have no idea what's going to happen with this one. The trigger is 1956, sorry. This is the trade of the week. I'm not saying you have to take it right now. You don't have to take it ever, but. All right, let me just quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And we have more upgrades and downgrades, so let me get a few of them in. Give me a moment here, just a few more to go of the upgrades. A couple of upgrades for L. L as in EL, not L. All right, and there are some of the upgrades. Get some downgrades in now. Let's say not as many downgrades. All right, just a few more to go of the downgrades. All right, and there you have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. It's just something from briefing.com, okay? It's nothing to do with trade ideas. It's a free service, briefing.com, okay? But there, you can go, if you did a Google search on upgrades and downgrades, there's many sites out there. One of the reasons I use briefing.com is because I'm lazy. They deliver it to my email about 9:10 every morning. So it's easier for me to just get it that way. All right, let's take a look at, the Bitcoin. I'm surprised. I mean, GBTC. There's the Bitcoin. I guess, well, it's getting closer, but it's still about $5 below the highs right here. Usually this tracks the Bitcoin price pretty solidly, but it's not quite. Okay, let's see. How's that CLSK doing right now? CLSK doing? Yeah, pulled back. It was a pretty big pullback, guys. I mean, this hit 37.66. It got down to 33.61. So that's a big pull, a $4 pullback. Starting to move again. I mean, with $35 stock with only 19 million in the float. These are the sort of whips that you can have. I don't have a cloud link exactly what I do. In fact, now, so if you click on my homepage, if you can see my homepage right here, okay, my homepage, and there's the link for it. And I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay? I don't have a layout as such, but all the scans that I'm sharing are here. You can kind of pick and choose which ones you want, okay? So that is, again, I've now renamed this. So it's in the trading room. Oops, just a minute, please. So again, I've renamed this. So Barry's homepage is right there, and there's a link to the home page. A lot of information there, as including, of course, the scans that you're looking for. And looking at this ODT, this is on my watch list for this morning. There's no volume yet, but you can see it still has a big gap it could potentially fill. ODT, there's no volume yet. I have to wait and see what happens when the market opens. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, this is from the toolbar, okay? So here it is, watch list up and down. Nothing happened in these two windows until at least 9:45. Can access that from the from the toolbar. Click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then right here, my watch list right there, Barry's watch list. And remember, everything in here is a layout. Everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Well, you can use, Marcos, you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. We're a scanner, okay? I mean, if you wanted to be able to use this, what we call Brokerage Plus, you'd have to have an Interactive Brokers account. Absolutely not necessary, okay? But I mean, we're a scanner first and foremost. So, but if you're looking to use this option called Brokerage Plus, you'd need an Interactive Brokers account. But again, not mandatory at all, okay? Well, RVP is running away already. Let's see if we get any sort of a pullback on it. Not huge volume yet. Actually, you mentioned SOS. That actually price alert, that triggered for me my price alerts. And it triggered right up here, yeah. So it hit 435. I guess that was the high right here. So that's why I had a price alert, I guess. Here's another one. This ARYA. Is this yeah, it's a blank check company. Okay, so ARYA. So another huge gap up. I wonder if they've Nautilus Biotech to be listed through ARYA SPAC. Okay, so that is the news. I don't know if that's brand new news. If that had been targeted before. Yeah, I have seen that ZOM. Is it over 2? It is over 2. Wow. Yeah, lots of volume also. It's a big float, but no question it has been a great mover over the now today. So on Thursday, this was as low as 117, closed at 189. We're now at 230. ZOM. All right, guys, I am now going to load my layout that I use for the market when the market opens. So just give me a second here. And of course, I'm going to be waiting to see what sort of option plays we get today. Definitely my favorite window, one of the scans that I'm sharing. And I'm talking about the moving higher with unusually strong options. Don't know, no idea how many we're going to get. Or when. All right, give me one moment, please. Yeah, I do. Okay, guys. So you're on your own, as always, about playing these, like the GameStops, BB, AMC. I don't know what these are. I don't know what AMC is doing this morning, but I know I saw BB, a little bit of a move. Yeah, big move. I mean, 6%. Yeah, it may pull back, and we can't predict what's going to happen with RVP. So it's opening above the trigger, yes, but you have to see, just see if it pulls back. If it doesn't, well, c'est la vie. It's a big spread right now. I mean, 2007, 2040. Yeah, I mean, that OCGN, I mean, that is a strange one, really, because, I mean, the financing was done at, what, let's see if I can grab my, 765, number one. 765 was the financing price. Look where it closed. Look where it closed on Friday, around 5 something. They do a financing, announce a financing after hours, and above the close, which is, pretty strange, number one. And not only that, it is still above that financing price. So, very interesting. And now it's above, it's an all-time high, it looks like, 862. Yeah, so it's an all-time high. Though it probably did a reverse split or something. I don't know. I can't explain what happened here, but I think CAN is a Bitcoin play. So listen, all these Bitcoin plays, yeah, I think CAN is a Bitcoin play, isn't it? So, I mean, You know, the high is when it was going crazy, we're 737. You might want to wait for that. Yes, 1 minute for the till the open, guys. Well, in fact, I'm sorry. We are now open. Let's have a great start to this trading week. It caught me by surprise. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And we have our first halt of the week. CNF, you just got halted. Ooh, on the way down. Well, OCGN, a big pop up. Pulled back now. OCGN. Perry continues. Perry continues here, guys. What a great continuation. So a lot of I guess a lot of speculation on this one. Has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. So I guess a lot of bets are being placed that whatever they're going to say is going to be good. All right. So this really. This looks like an IPO, a very early release of an IPO. I can't quite tell. I'm sorry. This was not an. This is halted because of volatility. IPO'd on Friday, LHDX. Look at OCGN. Crazy move. Yeah, I mean, it's on my watch list and all. It won't trigger in here. I mean, it'd be probably really extended. Yeah, opportunity to get the RVP. It did pull back to 1980. Now look at this one, this ENLV. I mean, the high last month was 23.25, so it's above that high. The next high looking left is 28.30. Look at what a run it's had this month. ENLV, and this month is only about like 5 trading days. So look at this run it's had. ENLV. Here's another one that's popping a little bit, but probably coming, CYRN, probably coming into some resistance around 152. Now look at HIMX. HIMX, what a run it's been on. I mean, it's not like a broken record, but what a run this one has been on. HIMX. I don't see, I wonder where the resistance is. Well, you've got to go back to, you got to go back almost 7 years before we get to these levels for HIMX, guys. So I don't think that's much of resistance. HIMX. Again, I don't mean hop into it now because it's going to keep going. I'm just saying don't have to worry too much about chart resistance for HIMX. All right, so this is trying to come back. This is actually an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays this morning. CRNT. It is trying to come back. Got as low as 450. Trying to pop a little bit here. CRNT. All right, guys. Well, you can see we've got a couple of the alerts from the AI already. Guys, RVP is running away. RVP running away right now. Best you could have got in at it was probably, well, just under 20. This is the trade of the week. Well, look at this one, KMPH. Look at the room it's got. Yeah, look at the room this KMPH has got. I mean, you can't buy it now. I mean, it's running, but let's see if it settles down at all. But look at the room. Look left on that daily chart. The next high is 1530-ish. I mean, what's the market doing? I haven't even looked at what the overall market's doing. All the indices, major ones, are up. And Mavis, MVIS, this was active last week. Look. And continuation. Look at the week it had. MVIS. All you have to do, basic new highs, if you just right click, properties, actions, and uncheck play sound, okay? Uncheck play sound, then say okay. And we have another halt here, NMRD. NMRD just got halted probably on, oh, it's on the way down. NMRD halted on the way down. I mean, look at this, up to 16, down $6 from the highs. Meanwhile, MVIS, HIMX, I don't see any news on MVIS as such. Where is support on OCGN? I mean, the pre-market low is 8. I mean, that might be support. You know, the today's low is 9. That could be support. No scientific method, you know, but you know, I'd be very wary about that area on OCGN right there at 8 or right here at 9. Angie, look at this. What a break for Angie here. And let's take a look left on the monthly chart. 1862, the next high looking left on the monthly chart. A little bit of room. Well, okay. Well, this is a an early AI 860 on the short, 822 right now. I just mentioned this. Wow, I just mentioned this ENLV. Probably right around here, so it only tacked on about $4. Wow, still has room. I mean, unbelievably, it still has room. The next high looking left on the weeklies are on 28.40. And then, of course, the week before that, it got up to 45. So this has just been surging from last week. You know, to me anyway, the remarkable thing about OCGN is the float. If that float can be believed, 156 million in the float for doing what it's doing on the financing. Again, I don't see any specific news other than they raise money, which typically is not a great thing. But in this particular case, there must be something else going on. I'm just not aware of it. Okay, REI. Now this hit a high in the pre-market at 261. Look at the volume that has come in. Well, yeah, this OCGN is just, in fact, it just got halted. You could almost predict that was going to happen. Look, it just got halted, OCGN. What does it look like? 1198, 1198 so far on the bid ask, on the halt so far. That can change, of course. Right now it's 1212. Yeah, I don't know what was going on here. I mean, this probably was a reverse split, something like that. OCGN, symbol name change, I really don't know. Regarding the OCGN, somebody can probably look that up. Meanwhile, here's another, well, it's probably coming into resistance. ABEO looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away, just over 3 for ABEO if you take a look at it. All right, it is almost 9:45. Another, well, a little less than a minute. See if we get anything in the watch list up and down. There is a purpose. There is a delay. I put it on purpose until 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get anything right at 9:45. Nothing in the options play yet. It's going to be patience. Have some patience on that one. Okay, one moment, please. Now, listen, I could be completely wrong about this ABEO. I mean, it could really take this out, but it does look like there's a lot of resistance for ABEO, just over 3. Now, this one from last week, JG. This one got up to $11 before it pulled all the way back down to 5, so it was cut in half. Ooh. Shoot! I didn't realize. So this JG was an options play, guys. So right now, I just put myself on mute. And I missed it. I cannot believe it. The timing, horrible timing. Well, there it was, 9:45. Look at this, 6:01, 6:40 now. Now, if you got into it, be careful. Take some out. I mean, I don't know how much longer this is going to go. See, just exactly what I just said. I mean, I got up to 660 and a pullback. So, I mean, if you got that, well, here's another one. Shift Technologies, SFT. Okay, OCGN just opened. What did it open at? So a little bit of a pullback. Now let's see if it continues. Takes out 12, OCGN. Yeah, just like this, OCGN. And there it goes, guys. So even from the watch list, 1180 when it opened, 1245 now. Again, if you're taking these, just be aware they're so whippy. All right, how's Mogo doing? So Mogo, let's see, what did it hit in the pre-market? Mogo hit 651 in the pre-market. No, Alex, I haven't changed the watch list name, if that's what you mean, for a long time. Probably, I'm not doing that anymore. So you don't have to worry. Well, I don't even know how to comment on OCGN. There was the alert 1180, so it's almost $2 from that alert. This, if this doesn't get, I'll be surprised if it doesn't get halted again. Okay, so, and there we go. There's the halt. OCGN. Oh, we just talked about HIMX out of this break here. Continues HIMX. Let's see if Mogo can take out that pre-market high. MOGO. The pre-market high looks like around 650 or so. I think I'll stick an alert there, see if it takes out the pre-market high. And it's an all-time high, so we don't have to worry about any resistance, chart resistance. Cannabis play, OGI, small one. Another one from last week, MBII. Great week or great day it had on Friday. Continuation now, MBII. Not a low float. Here's another one, guys. I mean, the OSS, the high in the pre-market was 680-ish. I mean, you don't have to wait for these pre-market breaks, but it's a low float, 11.8 million in the float. And again, I don't know if, okay, I don't want to call this a Bitcoin play. Sometimes, you look at these electronic computer, they're mining and stuff, but I don't think this is a Bitcoin play. I mean, just trying to read what they do. But you never know. All right, guys, take a look at Coty. COTY. It's a big float. Earnings before the market opens tomorrow. Look at the gap. Look at this gap. So Coty is just breaking out of this. It is a big float. There goes Mogo, guys. But getting back to Coty, where are you? I mean, look at the gap here. I mean, it's up to $12. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it is an earnings play tomorrow. And let's say pre-release. I don't see that they have pre-released. COTY, guys. Yeah, so this is one of those SPACs, and they're looking to buy an EV or in the EV sector, a company called Volta, VOLTA. I'm sorry, I'm wrong about that. Is Nautilus Biotech to go public through a merger with Area? I'm sorry, that was another one of the SPACs. So this is a biotech, Nautilus Biotech to go public through a merger with Area. Straight up, MEIP, straight up. Look at that. 5 minute, 15, 2 minute MEIP. Now, maybe coming into resistance around 449. There goes Coty, guys, COTY. All right, OCGN just, wow, and it didn't pull back. It just resumed. I wonder if that float is right. It just seems, okay, now it pulled back. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. And life is still strong. Actually, a little pullback at the beginning, but look at life, LIFE. Is what? Look at these 2 days it had on that on the daily chart. Okay, here's another one, guys. Look at ADAP. It's a big float, 136 million in the float. Look at the room it's got. I mean, just take a look at this weekly chart for ADAP. I mean, it's got room. 839 or so is the next highs. ADAP, volume coming in, 4 times normal. And there goes life, yes. This is the one I was talking about, SNPR. These are the one. This is the SPAC that is buying Volta, VOLTA. It's a private company getting into the EV sector. Okay, now just a word about this. Okay, I do know that it showed up in the options. I find that the SPACs are really, really difficult intraday traders. Okay, I mean, these are more, belief stocks, as I call them. I mean, do you believe, who they're taking over, and ultimately, is it going to be good? But intraday, I find them very difficult intraday traders. All right, guys. So another opportunity, if you'd wanted to get into RVP. I'm not telling you to take these. This is the trade of the week. It did get back down to 1971. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, not OCGN, but OPGN. Little pop here, 20 million in the float. OPGN. Zyne is a cannabis play. ZYNE, cannabis play. Been a little bit choppy. I mean, look at the topping tail there. That was on, I guess, Wednesday. Topping tail on Friday. Again, topping tail on Thursday. I mean, what this means is, I mean, the buyers had it all the way up here. Sellers knocked it down. So hasn't been able to hold its intraday gains. Is this the day? We don't know. So as I said about the JG guys, if you were able to take this from the options play, something that goes from 601 to 658 in a heartbeat, you've got to take some off, and then you should be out of the play. Oh, I'm getting some nice ones so far from my watch list. There's CLNE 1701, 1773 now. And so CGN got, well, it was halted, now it's resumed again. Veru, here is the alert, 1381 now. Okay, this is maybe the comeback starts here. VXRT got, of course, hammered on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, so it got hammered on Wednesday, and it kept moving down Thursday and Friday. Maybe today is a bit of a resurgence. I mean, I know it's up 14%. Boy, Angie keeps moving higher. Oh, great move for Angie. Great move. Look at this. 1862 was the next high looking left on the monthly, so it has taken that out. So the next high looking left is around 2283 for Angie if it wants to keep going. Okay, not too many Canadian stocks traded in here. Playa doesn't mean you can't. I mean, there might be a few out there in the room that trade Canadian stocks, but not too many. You got that right. All right, Sientra had an interesting day. I guess that was on Friday. I mean, I got as high as 685, closed down here at 580, so $1 off. It is now above Friday's high, and it's got room. And what's this float? 42 million in the float. See if it takes out 7. I mean, it's got room. SIEN. Just look left on that weekly chart. Welcome to the room, Shade. Just checking some of these early alerts from my watch list. Meanwhile, MEIP just continues to move higher without any pullback whatsoever. I mean, there was a minor red bar right there on the 2-minute. Look at the 5-minute coming into maybe some resistance. Is this shortable? This is shortable for me. But, I mean, there's the high right there, 446, 437 on the monthly chart. So it's right at the high. Let's see, last June. And then after that, you've got these highs here. So it looks like it's, maybe coming into some resistance, MEIP. All right. Keep an eye on EXTR. I mean, it's not an all-time high. It's over 10. Let's back this monthly chart out. So the next... I'm just looking for the next highs. Okay, so this would have been, so almost 3 years ago, for the highs for EXTR. Boy, Angie. Angie. I don't see any specific news. I mean, I do Citibank maintaining coverage. Let's just see if they've put a price target on them. And the answer is slow loading. Yeah, 19, so it's right there. I don't see any other reason. All right, so this one got halted, BSQR. I know you guys have been talking, some of you have been talking about BSQR. So this got halted, lots of volume, obviously, 6 million, 11 million in the float, so it's traded the float half already. Why is it moving higher? I don't know. Bottom fishers. I mean, there's probably no news on it. It's just bottom fishing, you know. I mean, the stock that got so beaten up. Well, I mean, this is starting to take out this resistance area right here. I mean, I mean, look, I could be completely wrong, but I mean, it looks like there are 3 highs right here around 477 on that monthly chart that could stall it. This is a shortable stock for me. Not that I'm looking to short it right now, but, you know, I mean, you just look at that monthly chart. Meanwhile, Mara, huge move from the AI, and I guess my watch list, the AI had a little bit earlier at 27. I've got it here at 27.45 for Mara. And you can tell it almost got stopped out. 25.57. What did it get down to? 25.65. There was the stop. And it almost touched it. I'm surprised an algo didn't kick in to get out and then you get back in it. But anyway, it almost touched it. And now look at it, MARA. I'm sure Riot is doing something similar. The answer is yep, look what it did. I mean, so Riot and Mara, you know, they're almost mirror images. Yeah, you just have to look at news, Yale, okay? I mean, all I did was, you just have to, I mean, I don't know if our news had it, but, you know, I was looking at my Interactive Brokers. You know, I mean, it was right there. Citi maintained coverage and had a buy target of 19. Okay, that was from Interactive Brokers. I see Wells Fargo. They 6 of their buy rating also. Just have to look at news. All right, what is AKBA doing? AKBA, another one. Oh, man, look at all these great looking charts, guys. Look at AKBA, AKBA. I mean, look at the room it's got if it wants to keep running. I mean, it had an well, a great day on Friday. I shouldn't say great day on Friday, taking all of this out. And it looks like it wants to try to continue. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. 140 million. But just look left. I mean, look at the next high looking left on that weekly, 1046. I mean, wow. Completely up to you. You know, in terms of an entry point for RVP, you know, I'm not going to tell anybody how to trade it. It is the trade of the week, and it's pulling back. I did not say, I never say anything like that that is still enterable. I never. I'm just, you know, just pointing out to where the next resistance is. Potentially $23 on the monthly chart. Have to back out on the weekly chart. But I'm not, I'm not going to say, yeah, you should enter it now. You know that. I'll never say that. Just point out resistance areas, and then it's up to you guys if you think, yeah, I see what he's talking about. Ah, man, oh man, I missed this one. BSQR. Of course, I guess I can't really fault myself. It just came out of the halt. I guess it would have been awfully hard to get it at 483. This is what I'm talking about. I can't remember if it was halted. Where was it halted? No, I guess you could have got it at 483. The halt was at 512, so you could have got it at 483 from the options plays. My guess is that it's going to be, well, last week it got up to what, 890 or so. As I say, I don't really like the SPACs when they show up here. I just find them too tough to trade intraday. Man. Now, this got halted again. Now, this could be ominous. I mean, it's hard for me to believe this will last, but I see 280 right now in the bid, and it's halted at 567. So it is hard to believe that it'll open there, but could happen. Yeah, Fred, your summit is starting to break out. SMMT. Finally, some volume in it. Well, Veru, so 13 on the alert. What did it hit? 15's 15. So there's a couple of dollars there. I would be watching this one, definitely, the AKBA. See if it can just kind of rest a bit and then start to move again. It's a big float, 140 million. But, I mean, again, look left. Lots and lots of room. Veru continues, and now, okay, so this one got halted. Now, be really careful with this one, obviously. AAME Crazy day on Friday. Got all the way up to 16, and it closed way down here. I mean, at 440. I mean, that's an awful pullback. Wouldn't even call it a pullback. Collapse. 3.6 million in the float. It's starting to move. You're on your own. And it just got halted. AAME just got halted. I don't know. I don't know if this is a Bitcoin play. Also, IGC. I mean, I think you're right. I think of it as a cannabis play, but who knows? No idea, JB. No idea if Core is coming back. Sorry. Oh, you think it is? Okay. Well, this is definitely a cannabis play. OGI. All right, clean energy, CLNE. It's not an all-time high. I don't know where you have to go to see. You have to go. I mean, you got to go back to 2012 before we see these levels. So, as far as I'm concerned, there was no resistance. It's a completely different company. CLNE. Look at the run it's had. What a 3 month run. 3 months and 8 days. Coming. I mean, I followed this for a long, long, long time. It did nothing for. I mean, there's 2015, guys. Did nothing for 5 years, just about. All right, Yeah, okay. BSQR just opened, and look at that. Look at that pop again. Yeah, the halts are volatility halts. It's just basically a computer program that kicks in. It's just math, how far, how much it moves in a certain period of time. Typically, that's how I like to explain it anyway. And so if that happens, it gets halted. It's just a computer program kicks in and halts it. And you can always, there's usually a clue. You can take a look at the bid ask. Your broker will have something like that. You can take a look at the bid ask, get a clue where it may open on when it resumes. Not 100% of course, but right now it's halted at 644, and I'm checking the bid ask. It's at 670, 670. Doesn't mean that's for 100% that's where it's going to open. It'll flip around quite a bit until it actually opens. Hmm. All right, guys. Well, have the AI. We've got one of the SPACs. Just be careful on it. All right, this is, I don't know what the heck this is. BAOS. And it just sort of, so this is looks like this is an IPO, 6 million at $5. It looks like it just opened. We have no data yet on it. BAOS. BAOS. It is loading into Interactive Brokers, so there we go. Okay, so this is an IPO, a China IPO. BAOS, very, very small one, $30 million. That's it, 6 million shares at $5. So this could do something insane. And it just got halted for volatility. All right, well, this one got halted on the way up. NMRD had a huge pullback. It hit 12, got all the way down to 9 something. And now it's on the move, got halted on the way up. NMRD. So we're getting tons of halts again this week. This has been kind of the norm over the last, seems 3 to 4 weeks. Lots and lots of stocks had halted during the day. RVP, Grumpy, RVP. RVP. Trigger was, and it may have come back to the trigger, is 1954. Sorry, 1956. So the pre-market is already above that. RVP. All we do is just check my I in the post alert section. I have it up here somewhere. Trade of the week right there. Every Monday morning, Grumpy. Every Monday morning I post it there. True. I guess if you just join, you miss all that. I forgot. Okay, guys. So if you took the Mara from the AI, I know the Mara is not. Well, actually, there was an exit. Okay, 28.43. Okay, that was a profit save. Okay, HIMX, the next high looking left, 1615 on that monthly chart. What a run it's had. Oh, way up. AKBA was way. Just look on the weekly chart. 1051. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get here. All we do is we just look to see if there's any, if there's any chart resistance nearby. So, the AKBA, there's no chart resistance nearby. No idea. I'd have to look at, you'd have to look at the news. I have no idea. I can't remember. This is back in August last year. I have no idea. But it's a bio, so obviously some bad test results. Wow. Veru. And this is a virus play, right? Vero is a virus play, if I can remember. Yeah, it's a virus play. All-time high. I mean, you know, where's the resistance? Who knows? I mean, there's no chart resistance. Their only resistance right now are traders wanting to take some profit. You know, and at that when, who knows? All right, this one just resumed. This is a very, very, very small China IPO. All right, give me one moment, please. Well, it is now 10:27, so I will now talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. So a little bit of a change. So I will pop the links into the YouTube room, but in the trading room right here, you see Barry's homepage. If you click on that, Barry's homepage, you will see a link to my homepage. So I'm going to click on that link. And a lot of information on my homepage, including how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, there's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off, either the first month only or the entire year. Let's take a look to see how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So on an annual basis, our premium service would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are other differences, smaller, but this is the main reason why people usually want to take a look at our AI. And this is what it looks like. I'm going to go over this a little bit later on. You know, you have an entry price, you have a stop, up to you to manage the trades. You don't have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. So here's the standard and our premium. So 228 minus the 15. Standard 118 minus the 15. But remember, that discount can only be applied to the first month. After that, you'll go to these prices, okay? On my homepage, you'll also get a link to sign up for the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week this week is RVP. You can check in this section right up here in the trading room. I posted it. Now, if you're new, just showing up, I guess this doesn't show up. I guess I didn't realize that. But anyway, RVP, the suggested entry is 1956. So I know it's a little bit above that entry now. And just give me a moment. Give me one moment, please. I just have to, the only thing I have to transfer that link into the our YouTube room. Okay, I do a daily recap, what's happened in the room, recap video. Usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for it right there. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. Click here. All of the scans that I'm sharing from my homepage. Okay, strong stocks up. This is the one I love, moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, but all the scans that I'm sharing right there. A lot of education links right here. Including the 20 short lessons. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I really, really strongly recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. Easy to do. Okay, 20 short lessons. Click on that link and this is what you're going to see. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them very, very fast. They're not videos, it's all text-based. So I really, really recommend that you take a look at this. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also, of course, look at it so you can have an idea about what some of the basic features that we have to offer. More education on that link. Daily support sessions. So what does that mean? So between 12 and 1, we have a YouTube room. Between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over. Today it is Sean. So if you're more of an options player, you know, we do have some option filters. We don't trade options, you know, we're only scanning for stocks. But Sean is an options player, so you can head over to the YouTube feed or YouTube room at noon. I'll pop the link in. I take a break at around noon. So I'll pop that link in so you can head over there if you want to. And again, they're from 12 to 1, Monday to Friday, with a different trader, Monday to Friday. Free trading room, of course, you're already in this. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for them all right here. More education videos and some trading ebooks that we created. So a lot of information from my homepage. And again, you can access it all right there, Barry's homepage, okay? There's a tab now in the trading room, main trading room, Barry's homepage. And now I do want to go, well, first I want to talk a little bit about what our program is. Just give me a moment here as I size the room. All right, so Trade Ideas is scanning software. That's what we are. We are scanning software. It doesn't matter what broker you have, you know, you can use Trade Ideas. And I just want to emphasize that because, you know, probably one of the top 3 questions, I have ABC broker, can I use your software? Of course you can. We are scanning software. It doesn't really matter who you've got as a broker, okay? So when I say scanning software, you can create, now I'm sharing, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing, and just quickly show you what I've done. So without having to know we don't force you to learn a programming language to use our software. We have a lot of filters and alerts. So this is what I did in this particular scan. You know, I like to see stocks between 1 and 20. Current volume is at least 4, means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum volume, 400,000, etc., etc. So with these filters in place, if a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why these stocks are showing up. Okay? That's why they're showing up. And I'm sharing this one and a lot of other scans. If you want it, you can easily create your own idea. Just going to show you, we have a lot of alerts. These are all the alerts that we have. And here are all the filters. These icons designate the filters. So again, we do not force you to learn a programming language. Hopefully we created enough alerts and filters so that you can, with a combination thereof, you can create an idea that you like to see. That's why we're called Trade Ideas. So that's what we are. We're a scanner. Now, we also have what we call an external linking tool from our option. Now, only available, you can't be using our web-based version for this feature. You have to be using our app. So from the toolbar, you would click on external linking. What does external linking do? It's a time saver. No, not mandatory you use it. It's just a time saver. Time saver in that when I click on an alert, and if I've established my link with my brokerage platform, the symbol will show up in the order entry in your brokerage platform, and from there you can trade it. Okay, that's what it is. You don't have to establish a link, but you know, if you're like me, clicking on a lot of alerts all day long, it is a time saver. That's what it is. Okay. Now, I want to go over what our AI is all about, and that is part of our premium service. So what happens is, once the market closes, today, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine on what we have 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened Friday afternoon. The market was closed, the AI got to work, and these, out of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Now, again, personally, I don't really care what the strategies are. All I care about is tell me the alerts that we get from these strategies today. In order to do that, if you click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is the window that will show up. Okay? So before the market opens, of course, this is blank. And then as the market opens, you will start to get alerts. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop, and you basically manage the trades as you see fit. You can use this like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, you know, the Mara, for instance, Mara dropped a couple of times. You had opportunities to get back into the trade if you wanted to. So that's how I use it. I use it like a watch list. And that is what the AI is. Now this window here, again, only available if you're using the application, not available if you're using the web-based version. This is a window that we call Brokerage Plus. So how can you use this window? Well, right now, if your broker is Interactive Brokers, then you can use that window to actually trade from within Trade Ideas. You link to your Interactive Brokers account. I've popped a video in. I know it talks about TD Ameritrade and E-Trade. Forget about those when you click on this link. Basically go to the Interactive Brokers one, okay? TDA and E-Trade, hopefully down the road, I cannot tell you when. And it'll show you exactly how you can set this window up called Brokerage Plus so you can actually trade from within this window. Now, is it mandatory? Of course not. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. If you don't have an IB account, you can still use Trade Ideas, okay? It's just that it's a nice little feature. So why would you want to even use it? Well, if you watch that video, you'll see how you can do things like this. Let's just say I look at Fun, P-H-U-N, and take a look at it, and I think, yes, I'd like to trade it. I can go back, right-click, trade. Let me just do one thing here. Connect to the simulator. So I can right-click, right-click on it, and you see where it says trade, hover over it, and these are buying and shorting setups that I have before. You have to watch that video, and shows you how you can generate these setups, okay? This is what we call one-click trading. So you just pick how you want to trade it now. Okay, and all this is part of the standard service. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to trade. These are some hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a position. Half your position. Double your position. The other huge way to use this is as a simulator. Paper trader, okay? If you're new to trading, don't trade until you have practiced. Please. Don't commit your money to the market until you've practiced trading. And you can use our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you've got. Okay? And it's very simple to use. You'll notice when not doing it again, I'm going to have to just reload this. Just give me a moment, please. I'll try one thing. Oh, there we go. Okay. So notice when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm going long, I buy it. If I'm shorting, I sell it. Now, I always like to demonstrate pullback trades, okay, or pullback plays. A lot of you would maybe want to try that. So take a look at PHUN. So right now it's at 271. On that 15-minute chart, looks like there might be an area where you could get back into a pullback to 256. Okay, so let's just do that. I'm going to take 300 shares, and I'm going to put 256. I'm going to put 256 into both boxes here. I hear KMPH is ripping again. 256, I'm going to click on the buy, and this shows up right on the chart. So if PHUN went back down to 256, it would take the trade. And that's how you can put in a conditional buy order on say, a pullback and an area where you would like to get into the trade. You could have also done it above the price if you thought, well, if it takes, let's just say if it took out the high of the day or the high in the pre-market, you'd like to take the trade. You could have done it, just put 284 in both these, click the buy, and you would have seen a blue line up here. Okay, I'm just going to leave it like it is. Now, let's take a trade. Let's take Sienna. And see, it did show up in the options play. So let's just take Sienna. I'm going to go in at the market because it's a 1 cent spread, so no issue right there. Just took the trade. Now, we always talk about having a stop. When you get into a trade, you have to have, if it does, look, not every trade is going to work. So you have to have an area where you're going to get out. So where is that area? So if I looked at this chart right here, I would consider, down here, 689, probably could be an area to get out. There looks like there's some support. So if it broke down through that support, that would be probably an area where I would get out. I'm going to put it at 694. So I can add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 694. Okay, and you will see that it'll show up right on the chart, right there. So if this goes down to 694, it's going to take me out for a $58 loss. Okay, now the other thing to consider always is you have to know when you're going to get out when the trade moves against you. And you should also consider always thinking like this: how much am I willing to risk dollar-wise per trade? Give me a moment here. All right, so how much are you going to risk per trade dollar-wise? Now, how much that's going to be will really depend on the size of your account. You're not going to risk $1,000 a trade if your account size is $5,000. So I always like to make the math easy just to demonstrate this. That's why I put the stop at 694 and we got in at 714. Let's just say that with your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. So that will help you share size in, because that'll determine you have a 20-cent stop, 714, your entry, 694 is your exit. So that's a 20-cent stop. If you were going to risk $100 a trade, you would divide 20 cents into $100 to give you 500 shares. That's how many shares you should have taken. Okay? So really, practice trading first. Get used to the idea of risking a certain dollar amount per trade, and don't vary it. Don't like okay, I risk 100 this trade, 200 the next, 500 the next, $2 next, okay? It should be about the same for every single trade. Now, the stop you see I've got right there. So you've listened to me, and hopefully all I'm saying makes a lot of sense. And so you say, okay, yeah, I'll put the stop in here. But let's just say it starts approaching the stop price. And you start thinking, well, you know what? I know I looked at this chart. That looks like that should have been support, but maybe I put that a little too tight. So you start moving it down. You move that stop down. Notice how I can move it down. Okay? I should also say you can move it up. Let's just say this trade really starts working well. You can start moving your stop up right on the chart to another area on the chart that makes sense. When I say makes sense, another support area, and if you say, well, how do I know where there's a support area? That is why you practice trading. You'll start to, size up charts and you'll start to see, yeah, okay, there looks like there's support here based on what I'm seeing. You can just see, look at this 2-minute chart. Look at all the action right there. So if it broke down through there, that looks like an area where support would be broken. If this really moves higher, there could be another base underneath that you could perhaps call support. So all I'm saying, you could use this like a trailing stop. But getting back to my point here, let's just say it starts approaching this and you start second guessing your stop. Or thinking, wow, maybe my stop was too close. And so I'm going to reduce it a bit because, I just think this is going to work. And so you reduce it, and now the $100 that you were looking to lose maybe turns into $150. And again, it starts approaching that number. And you keep reducing your stop. You see where I'm going with this. So your $100 loss, maybe now with your new stop, is turning into $300 if you allow it to take yourself out. And so if you're that person, and we've all been that person, this is a great way to trade unemotionally. You put your stop in, you get stopped out, it takes you out with that manageable loss, and you move on. Okay? You don't start to second guess. And as I say, practice trading. I mean, it's so, can't emphasize more to practice trading before you commit money to the market. All right, guys, so let's see what's happening here. You're talking about the sound alerts. Okay, you can turn them all off. You want them all off. Between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing in the toolbar, that is a sound toggle. It's an on-off. Okay, so if you want them all off, you just click on it. You'll see a slash, and that'll mean they're all off. If you want to go and turn off an individual alert window, right-click, Properties, Actions, and uncheck Play Sound. Okay, don't forget, and if that's what you want, when you exit Trade Ideas and you want that, you don't want sound alerts anymore for whatever reason, then you have to save your work. Okay? Next test drive is probably going to be sometime in April. So it's still a ways out. All right, guys. Yeah, BSQR is still in the move here, guys. It's been choppy, BSQR. I mean, it's been choppy. It's certainly not been straight up. But again, from my window there, 483, 609 now. But it has been choppy. You would have had to take some profit in this area for sure. Okay, I'm liking the SIEN a little bit more here. What's the high looking left? It's 677, so it's above that high. The next high looking left, so it does have some room. SIEN does have some room. Look at the weekly chart. 767 is the next high looking left. So the longer this holds here and we get a pop, I'm in. But I'm not telling you to take it. And that is from my options plays. Boy, SFT is really run. Let's see where the first alert was. 901, 930. Okay. Is there a way to share drawings between different time charts? I'm not sure what you mean. So here are our charts. There are only two options, Danny. Okay, only two options. You either have symbol linking or you don't. So on our charts, right click, properties, symbol linking. So check. I've checked these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 time frames. I have got checked so that when I click on an alert, they all change. Okay. And of course, my SPY chart does not because I have it unchecked. Those are the only two options with the charts, if that's what you mean. Wow, BSQR. A great alert. Almost too many alerts again from my watch list, guys. I mean, up here, almost too many. You know, I like to only have about 5 or 6, but I can't control it. Guys, Sientra looking more interesting. Excuse me, SIEN, not the other one, CIEN. Yeah, I mentioned HUSA earlier. Yeah, look at the boom here. HUSA, I mentioned it in the pre-market. Now, it didn't do anything. I mean, it pulled back. But it was more in relation to REI. I recall, you know, now keep an eye on REI. See if it has the same sort of boom that HUSA had. It kind of linked somewhat. But HUSA, yeah, look at the boom, look at the volume came in. Now the big difference, of course, there are only 6 million shares in the float for HUSA, and you know, let's see, 317 or so was the high. Looks like about a week and a half ago. And REI, I mean, it had a nice move pre-market, but it's also got 54 million in the float. Here's SIEN, guys. Again, I'm not telling you to take the trade. I'm not telling you to take anything. I know you're kidding, PS. Well, I mean, these are the only 4 in this one, so. Who said that was going to go up? LAIX. Who said that would go up? I mean, it's in the pre-market actives. It doesn't mean, oh, no. All that means is that they were up for the day, up in the pre-market. That doesn't mean they're going up. Okay, they gapped up in the pre-market. That's all that means. We're just looking in, you know, pre-market. You come here at 9 o'clock. We talk about the active stocks in the pre-market. You know, once the market opens, I mean, then you start to wait and see if they continue. That's all. Probably awful. Let's see what's so low. Yeah, I just don't like solo. I mean, I know I had a little pop on Thursday, and it's just it just is not. I mean, I don't know what FUV is doing today. I mean, but you know it just seems stuck. I'm sorry, it just seems stuck. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know. I didn't actually click on it. So I don't know what it actually is. All right, what is the market doing here? So the market, a little bit of a red bar here, but all the indices are up. That's it? Okay. Yeah, I don't even know what GME is doing today. Okay, so probably had symbol name change or something like that for NXTD. So this is either, I mean, I can't, maybe many reverse splits. Yeah, probably did reverse splits. I mean, so that is, when people look at this, they think, wow, maybe 211 is, but understanding that I'm sure this did a reverse split way back here. Well, not back here, but this takes into account that, this NXTD probably did several reverse splits. All right, guys, this working not too badly now. SIEN. I laid out my plan for it. It's hard for me to believe they only had one. I'll bet if you look back, Aja, that they probably had several. Just putting my marks. Okay. Well, Solo, of course, is a Canadian, Canadian EV. But it's just, it's not interesting. I hate to say it like that, but it's just not interesting. Okay, so I noticed that ABEO showed up on the options. Now, let's take a look here. 319, 315. So it's kind of got to get through this. I'm going to stick an alert around 323 for ABEO. See if it takes that out. I know it did it briefly, because then if you look left, it has some room to 377. It's not a low float. Okay, let's see. Did Cody? Yeah, Cody did not keep going. So I have to stick an alert. I'm sticking an alert at the high up here for Cody. I'm going to stick an alert for around 8:15. See if it takes out 8 again, because it has that big gap. Give me a moment, please, guys. Just have something to do on one of my other monitors. Okay, so algae, I don't have the layout. What I have is individual scans, okay? You can kind of pick and choose, including these ones. If you click on my home page, you're in tech support right now, so you found that tab. So if you click on my home page tab and then click on that link, okay, Barry's home page right there. When you do that, you will be brought you'll be brought to this page, okay? And one of the links, the click here, Barry scans, okay? And here are all the scans that I'm sharing. You know, I don't have a giant layout with all the scans. You know, nobody should want every single scan, so kind of make you kind of pick and choose. Just as an aside, also, the gap up and down shared and the pre-market actives up and down, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, okay? Just to do my pre-market work, to see which ones are moving in the pre-market. So these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. Okay? And welcome, by the way, Algie. Okay, that makes sense? Okay, good. And let me do one more thing. All right, guys, I'm just keeping an eye on this ABEO. If it gets back up here, the CN is working really nicely. You know, the alert was at 712, so what did it get up to? 743 or so, 745 or so. SIEN, that's worked out very nicely. I saw somebody mention the GMBL. Just so much happening, of course. Trader Ideas works with every broker. We're a scanner, Night Fox, okay? So when you say work, what do you mean by that when you say work? Okay, so right now you have to, if you want to use this window right there called Brokerage Plus, you need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? And so you only in terms of buy sell, that little buy button and sell button, if you're talking about that buy and sell, you need an Interactive Brokers account. Okay? Not mandatory. I mean, you can, of course, you can use Trade ID. We link with a lot of other brokers. Linking only means it's a time saver. So when I click on an alert, it'll just load into your broker's platform, and from there you can trade it. Okay? It's all linking means. But yes, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers. I'll pop this in. If you have an IB account, then all right. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can use this window. But not mandatory though. Okay? Sava is taking off. Okay, let's take a look at Sava. I was asked that. Yeah, I mean, Sava and probably the other one, AVXL. Let's take a look at AVXL. I have no opinion on it. I mean, listen, I mean, stock that got horror. I mean, they all got, no, those two got really, really thumped. So yes, they're making comebacks. I think somebody mentioned they might have had some news. The Sava had some news this morning. So, you know, if you believe the news, I don't mean it's fake news. I just mean if you believe the news is strong enough that it keep it going, that's up to you. These are what I call very emotional type plays. You know, resumes winning streak after Sim Euphalam updates. Or Simu Philam. I don't know how to pronounce it, but anyway. Look at Mara, guys. So Mara, I mean, there's only, you know, obviously it's the big winner from the AI. I mean, this could easily be a multi-day hold. If, you know, I mean, you have to understand why this is happening. Over the weekend, Tesla / Elon said, you know what, I'm putting out $1.5 billion into Bitcoin. So that put a huge surge into Bitcoin over the weekend. So of course these are, you know, Riot and Mara, a couple of the big crypto stocks. In a nutshell, yes, Night Fox. In a nutshell, yes. You know, obviously within IB you can do the bracketing. How many trades are you in at the same time, typically? But the other thing is, okay, learning. Watch the video. please watch the video before you do anything else. You can practice using our simulator. Okay? Don't trade your money until you use our simulator. And you can do things, if you watch that video, you can do things like set up, your own buying and shorting options. I call these options. I mean, it's not option trading, but options, okay? And this is what we call one-click trading. So again, let's just say you get an alert, you take a look at it, you think, yes, I'd like to trade it. You go back, hover over, and this box will pop up, and you just click how you want to trade it. And if you watch that video that I just popped in, the B Plus Connections, it'll show you exactly how to do all that, okay? So if you're just learning, do not commit money to the market yet. Practice in the simulator. The minimum package, Sean. You have as long as you have live data, like real-time data. I don't know what the minimum is. It's been so long since but the minimum, as long as you have real-time data, then you're good to go. Okay, there are a lot of other options. There are a lot of other options, of course, there with order book and all that sort of stuff. But at the very minimum, you need real-time data. Okay? So whatever the minimum data plan that has real-time data, you don't need it. No, you don't need it. I mean, some people like to see level 2, but you don't need it. I don't, I don't use it. So, but that's up to you. Okay? I'm just telling you what the minimum you need. You need something that says real-time data. Well, we don't offer level 2. That's correct. Good morning, Mr. Real. Wow, that BSQR, again, I'm not saying it would have, well, there, a little pullback there, a little pullback there, but man, oh man. So there it was, 483 from the unusual options, 483. So, not many, guys. I mean, you're looking for something to concentrate on without a lot of symbols coming at you all day long. I mean, I guarantee, this will not give you that many alerts over the course of the day. Yeah, as I said, I did not like this one because it's a SPAC. I really don't like trading these SPACs intraday. So, I can't help the fact that it was there. The JG at the very beginning, 601, and it popped all the way up to 650. I said, listen, if you're in this one, please take some profit. Because I mean, look what it did. Look what it did on Friday. There's your clue that, it may not keep running. I mean, look at the sell-off. I mean, they got up to, this is the JG. I mean, it got up to $11. It sold all the way down to here. So that you had to be very, very wary of that pop. And then the Sientra has been excellent. 712, getting up to 746, still in play. And obviously the BSQR, 483, getting as high as 484. So almost a $2 pop for a $4 stock. Great percentage move. I have no idea. I have no idea why it wouldn't be moving with a lot of volume. Well, it might look like a lot of volume, but it's only half normal. So yeah, 58 million shares, but 0.56, so it's only half normal. So I have no idea. I mean, this was one of those stocks, right? The Robinhood stocks, but no idea. Well, it's a buyout. CRHM is a buyout, so I don't know what it's been doing. CRHM is a buyout. Should be still hanging around 4. Yeah, so that's why. I don't know any. I don't know anything about DOG. I know what you're talking about, but I mean it's not a stock, and so I don't. Yeah. Oh, I know, but I'm not a crypto player. I'm not a crypto player other than looking at certain stocks like the Maras and the Riot. So, but things like that, I'm not. I'm just not involved. How can I? No other way I can say it. Yeah, OCGN. Yeah, see what Real is looking at here, of course. So what did it get hit in the pre-market? No, not pre-market. Sorry, 13, almost $14. This is one of the stranger ones. Big float. Closed on Friday, right about here, I think, around $5. They announced a financing after hours, and the financing is way above where it closed, 765, and this is way above that. So it is very interesting. And it's also it's not a low. When you see this 140% move, 9 times out of 10 that would be a low float situation, and it isn't. All right, so this one is just showing up. This SRGA is just showing up in the options. Now, the only issue I have with it, I mean, this is back here. It's about July of last year. There's the next high looking left on the weekly. So it's got, and I, this is probably, yeah, there's no way this was an IPO. So it probably changed their name, SRGA, changed their symbol anyway. And so that's why it looks like an IPO. Stick an alert right there and see if it takes that out. Okay, guys. Well, another opportunity for you to have got into the trade of the week, and actually almost touched the suggested entry. So another opportunity. Trade of the week is RVP, and the suggested trigger was 1956. Of course, in the pre-market, it already had run a bit, quite a bit, but it pulled all the way back down almost to that price. So, I mean, you had an opportunity to get into it. All right, guys. Let's see. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just checking some emails that have come in. Okay. All right. Yeah, Sean was just saying. So he will be the person taking over for me in our YouTube room at noon. So a little over half an hour from now. And Sean is more of an options player. It's up to you, Jeremy. I cannot make any recommendations. Would I, because if I say yes, I would, and it pops $10, okay. You just have to trade it. You have to have an idea about where you think support and resistance is. Yeah, no, in our YouTube room, I'll pop the link in, okay? Just before I go on break, it's in our YouTube room. PS, okay? Just before I go on break. Well, this was an AI alert 645. It almost hit the target. It got up here and then it pulled right back. Now it's really sinking. PBBT. This is something that we saw in the pre-market, of course. Look at the gap. I mean, it's still way up, but really pulling back now. PBBT. OCGN. So there's the next high looking left is about 1320 on that 15-minute chart, and then the high way up here at 1404. Uncharted territory. So just a quick overview of what we do have for option filters, because I know there are people who like to play trade options. So we don't scan for options as such, okay? But we do have some option filters that can help. This is what I'm using right here, moving higher with unusually strong options. So this is what you can do. So I'm just going to type in options. So we have some obvious ones. The put-call ratio, options volume today, the put and the call volume today. Those are some pretty standard ones, okay? Option volume here, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And then this is the key one right there. Options volume today percent. So if I put 200 in here, 200%, double, what that means is if over the last 10 days a stock is traded on average 2,000 contracts, for me to see that stock today, it's going to have to trade 4,000 contracts. In other words, double. So it helps you find stocks that are having abnormal option trading days. Okay? If that helps you trade the underlying option, great. But that's what that is all about. OCGN guys, yes. Took out that high, now challenging the high right here, 14. So Jeffrey, no. Interactive Brokers is the only one that works with Brokerage Plus, okay? That's the only one that works with Brokerage Plus. Fidelity does not. Yeah, this is sort of interesting. It definitely sort of, yeah, the SPI, China stock. Somebody's just pointing that one out. 12. There it is, guys. Just made the new high. OCGN just made the new high. I cannot tell you to take these trades, okay? You have to, just like Real was talking about it. And I mentioned, look, it takes this out. There's the high. It's up to you. You know, if this is not a room in which I'm going to say, okay, guys, everybody should be in OCGN now. So Jeffrey, so the question was, well, in theory, the question was what brokers can you use Brokerage Plus with? So what would you, and you know, right now it's just Interactive Brokers. So Jeffrey, what would be your reasoning for using Brokerage Plus? Because you like the way this looks to be able to trade with this look, or is there, you know, you're looking at wanting to set up this one-click trading, things like that? Is that why you want to be using Brokerage Plus? I only say this because I don't want to give people the wrong idea. People seem to think that you have to be using Brokerage Plus to use trade ideas. Okay? It's not the case. It's a nice feature, not mandatory. Boy, KMPH, we saw this one earlier, and yeah, look at this. I mean, yeah, we were talking about this one earlier. We had the alert at 866. Wow, 970 now. I was talking about this, how it, look at all the room it had, you know, and I lost sight of it, but man, oh man. And it's a low float, 11 million in the float. Well, you can see how the world has changed. And Disney's probably as good an example as any. Because, I mean, I don't know what's happening in their theme parks around the world. My guess is that they're certainly not at capacity. I don't know. I mean, they may be open. But, of course, Disney's business model has completely and utterly changed. They could probably get rid of all the theme parks. And they're a streaming service. Earnings, yeah, tomorrow or this week. Exactly. It's just a streaming service now. Good one, Fred. Nicely done, Fred. You talked about the SMMT earlier, and there's finally volume in this one. Fred from our YouTube room talked about SMMT. I mean, it still has some room. There's 13, probably 1360 or so. Okay, so first of all, Debonair, you should be, if you're going to do that, use the simulator. Do not use your real money, okay? So the question was, I'm new, I'm using B+, with Holly, AI, with IB. I enabled all the strategies today. Is that a good idea to enable all the strategies in B+ for Holly? First of all, I mean, I can't tell you if it's a good idea or a bad idea. I can tell you this. Before you commit money to doing that, practice. You can use our simulator and see how it works, okay? So, Debonair, can you answer that question to me or for me? You're using, like, you're not using your live account yet, are you? If you are, stop. You can see how it works right here. You can see how it works using our simulator. And you can just see how it works. Okay? Can you hear me? You're using the simulator? So, Debonair, I just want, when you say I am, just say, okay, I'm going to ask the question. Are you using the simulator to do this? And say yes. Oh, okay, good. Okay, is it a good idea? I can't tell you if it's a good idea or not to enable all of them. I mean, it's just see how it works. I mean, some of you don't want to go short, so you don't have to turn all the short ones on. But you will be the proof of whether it's a good idea or not, right? You're turning them all on. See how it works. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a serious question. Narcissus, who told you guys that OCGN would go up? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Yeah, you can do a history. Well, when you say do they get reset, remember the reason we see, SMMT today as an example, okay, it's meeting all the filter requirements. So these filter requirements remain the same every single day. I mean, sometimes I may tweak them a little bit, but I haven't for a while. So these are the filter requirements. They remain the same every day. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and makes a new high or new low, yeah, we see it. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? If you want to see previous, you go to history and you can see previous trading day, or you can use the calendar and do a time frame. Okay? All right, guys. So this one is Surgalign. Again, getting closer and closer. I mean, there's a next high looking left, 339. We're about 15 cents away from that high. That will look like an all-time high. It isn't. It's just a symbol name change, I'm sure. There's no way this is an IPO at $3. So, but look at the month it's had. Look at this month. I mean, remember, the month is only 6 trading days now. So where do we get an alert here? OCGN at 1180 from my watch list. Pretty good. Meanwhile, here's another one. Okay, Jared. Okay, Jeffrey. I get it. Congratulations, Fred, in the YouTube room. He's been talking about SMMT for a while now. And my thing about it, it never usually have very much volume, but today it's got a lot of volume, SMMT. Okay, so Night Fox, I mean, the minimum you need with Interactive Brokers is whatever, I don't know what their minimum is, but you need the minimum, you need a real-time data feed from them, okay? You don't need a lot of other bells and whistles if you don't want, like the level 2 and all that stuff if you don't want. So whatever their minimum real-time data feed is, that's what you'd need. I don't know what the cost is. I mean, we don't work with. I mean, I know it sounds like we must have this business or relationship with Interactive Brokers. We don't. We happen to, through an API, we can connect to them. They don't care whether we can connect to them or not. Okay, so it's not like we have a business relationship with them. So, all I can tell you is the minimum you need is whatever their minimum real-time data plan is, okay? Hallelujah. OCGN. This is not, actually it is, I don't think it was shortable earlier. Let me just check how many shorts there are. Not that I want to short it. I just, I didn't think it was shortable earlier. 74,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers now. If you want to use this Brokerage Plus window, Night Fox, you have to use Interactive Brokers right now. Okay? I think E-Trade will probably. I hate even mentioning them. We've been talking about them for a long time. E-Trade is probably the next one. TD Ameritrade, we're having real difficulties with their streaming. It seems so. I have no idea when that's going to happen. Definitely on the back burner though. But E-Trade is probably the next one. Okay. If you're talking about using the Brokerage Plus window. Well, the charts are just this. This is our like all the alerts that we have here have nothing to do with it's our real time data from our data vendor. Okay, charts. So all the stuff you see here has got nothing to do with whatever broker you've got. It's our data vendor. Who that is, I have no idea. But it's then that's a cost, of course, to Trade Ideas. That's one of our when we charge a subscription fee. I mean that's where a lot of our costs go to pay to the data vendor. So that's why I'm saying simulated trading. To use our simulator, it doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real time data. Okay. Big kudos, Fred, if you're still in the room for the SMMT, and that's in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it's from our data vendor. That's what you pay for. So, that's why when we say we have real-time data, it's our data that you're using, here. I mean, for years and years and years, we didn't have any association with any broker. You'd get an alert. You'd type the symbol into your brokerage platform, and then you trade it. We've been able to fancy it up a little bit with this Brokerage Plus, but it's for years and years and years. I mean, Trade Ideas was a scanner. That was it. I mean, that's what we really are. We're a scanner. We just happen to be able to link with Interactive Brokers so you can use this window. And we happen to be able to link with other brokerage platforms so you don't have to keep typing the symbol in all day long. That's all it is. Wow, ENSV. So what are you all about? 220, the high looking left there. 345, the high looking left there on that weekly chart. So that has a bit of room. And look at the float, 4.23 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm still waiting to see if Sientra can take out that 750. I mean, we know it's got room. I'm not saying it's going to get up here, but, look at that monthly chart. Look at the weekly chart. Back this weekly chart out just a little bit. I mean, there's the area. The next high looking left, I guess, is, the next high looking left on the weekly and the monthly is in that 920 area. So, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. It's changed quite a bit. I mean, there's some similarities, but it has changed quite a bit. Since 2008. I got involved as a customer in 2010, and it is a completely different look. Yeah, RVP. RVP is the trade of the week. RVP. Okay, I'm going to give you, Sidhu, I'm going to give you the, have you created a symbol list before? Or watch list? Have you created it, Sidhu? All right, so you want to create your own. Okay, so I'm going to give you a video that shows you how to do that, okay? Create your own watch list symbol list, okay? Just watch that video. It'll go over how you do it, how you edit it, how you can attach it to your own alert window or top list window, okay? All right, guys. So, yeah, this SMMT is, I don't see any news on it. I don't think I see any news on it, but it doesn't matter. All right, a little bit too, I mean, I know this is off topic, Racer, but I mean, that's, I'm just, okay. That's a little too much off topic, okay? Well, it's okay. P.S. I don't want to give you the wrong idea. It's just Sean is an option trader. I'm not saying he's going to talk options for an hour, but you can probably he is of the 5 traders that look after the YouTube feed between 12 and 1. He's in on Monday. Oh, I do, Fred. I do, Fred. Congratulations on it. So I will put the link in. He won't be there until noon. And I'll put the link to the YouTube room in. All right. There is YouTube. There's the YouTube. No, I understand, but that seems to be, yeah. So on the homepage, that's the only thing you have to for. This is my from my channel, new channel bar, and then right here, I guess they move me down here. Barry's watch list, okay? Barry's watch list. Remember, this is a layout though. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. And if you want to save these, then you can just save the individual windows to the cloud. Save or share to cloud, okay? Bring back your layout, and then you can bring back the 3 windows from the cloud, and then save your layout again with them incorporated. This is just to get this is a channel that I've got. It's not meant to show everything else. It's really just to get people zeroing in on this. Yeah, my watch list is what's called a global watch list, okay, and it's only attached to this window. These 3 windows here. All right. The unstoppable OCGN. Well, not. I mean, it was a pretty big pullback. I mean, you had to weather that 14.98. So I had a drop of $1. So again, when you get these sort of stocks, you just can't. You either have to take fewer shares to withstand these pullbacks, or trade some out and then get back in. I mean, it's not easy. No, there's no option to to see everything that happens in everyone. No, there's no option like that. No. Well, it's obviously it's a lot. It's boring compared to OCGN, but this has been a nice little trade, guys. The SIEN. It's boring compared to OCGN, but hey, I'll take boring. Here was the alert right here. 712. And if you're wondering why OCGN is not showing up in usually strong volume options, well, here's your clue. No, it doesn't trade options, so that's why. Okay, well, those shorts are being snapped up. I can see right now. Remember when I looked, last I looked, there were about 70 odd thousand at Interactive Broker. There are now 18,000. So, yeah, there are people trying to short this. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Stock alerts. I mean, you're in the right place. Stocks only. Okay, Narcissus. That's the only place. Off topic is off topic. Okay, swing trading. If you're into swing trading, though, there is a swing trading tab here. People talk about swing trades in here, but this is just stocks only. So you're in the right place. Well, I mean, momentum or whatever you want to call it. I mean, stocks. I mean, whether it's a momentum play or some other play, that's where that's where things will be talked, like a specific stock will be talked about. I think I do have the A table. Let me just see if I can load it for you. I guess, is that it? No, the A table right here. The A table junior. Okay, there you go. Okay, here you go. Who wanted that? Elijah. Okay, here you go. Yeah, Paul, I'm going to have to send you to our homepage and start I mean, there is a script that they'll probably give you. I know that it's a bit of a bear sometimes, but there is a script that they'll give you. So if you go to the homepage, click on the link, and then I think something will say start live discussion, and just say, hey, how do I link with Trade, Think, or Swim. Okay, guys, I'm going to be taking my break very soon. I'm just waiting for Sean to tell me when he gets into the YouTube room. I'll be back around 12:30. Just a minute. And as I leave you guys, OCGN is just, what do we call this? We call this severe rippage. That's what I call it. Okay, guys, as I say, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. There you are. Okay, I see you there, Sean. Okay, I'll stop mine.
Hello, everybody. It's Chicago Sean McLaughlin. It's almost the top of the hour. I'll get started here in just a minute. Bear with me as we get everything set up on my side. All right, everybody. How are you? It's your boy, Chicago Sean. It's the top of the hour. This is the live Q&A session. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. I'm your host today. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. We have a rotating cast that hosts these events every day during the week. Mondays are my days typically, so welcome. I'm glad you're here. And this is an opportunity for you to ask any questions you have about the platform. Do you need help with a feature? Do you need help understanding how a feature is used? Why it's important? Do you need help building a scan? Whatever the help is that you need, whether you think it's super beginner basic or if you think it's super complicated, that's okay. Throw it in here. There's over 130 people live in this room right now. I promise you, if you have a question, there's somebody else who will benefit from the answer besides just you. So don't be selfish. Don't hold on to those great questions. Share them with the audience, and we will tackle them. So put your questions in the YouTube channel there, in the questions panel, or in the chat panel. I will see them, and I will do my best to answer. Now, my standard disclaimer that I say every week is, I know enough to be dangerous on the platform. I don't know everything, but I certainly know enough to be dangerous and can certainly point you in the right direction for anything I do not know. And so while I wait for the first questions to come in, one thing I'd like to do on these Monday sessions, that's a good way to start the week, good best practice, is I like to manage my open positions, my open swing positions. You'll notice here in my Brokerage Plus window right here, I have a number of open positions on. These are positions I've been holding for several days, several weeks, in some cases maybe a couple months. But these are trades that are swing trades. And every one of these trades the idea came from the Holly AI engine. Now, I know many of you are familiar with Holly, some of you are not, but the Holly AI engine, as it's currently constructed on Trade Ideas, is built for intraday trading. It's a day trading vehicle. However, I use Holly AI, and I encourage you all to experiment with it as well. I use Holly AI as a kind of a bullpen for great swing trade ideas. The trades that come through the Holly AI on an intraday basis, the triggers that got Holly interested in that stock in the first place, those are triggers that have the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks if we're lucky. So with that in mind, I will go through all the stocks, all the trades that Holly did each day, and I'll pick out a handful, maybe one or just two, of stocks that look good on a longer term time frame that I will get in for a long swing trade. So these are all the trades I have on currently. Now, before we all get excited about my open P&L numbers here, let's keep in mind that I am demoing the simulated trading system here within Brokerage Plus. You can see right here, connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. The simulator is available to everyone on Trade Ideas, and I encourage everyone to use it before you go down the road of thinking about automated trading or auto trading, Holly. Please, I encourage you, I can't encourage you enough to play around with the simulator first. Why? It's not because you need to learn how to trade. You might be a 20-year trading veteran, but you do need to learn the ins and outs of how Brokerage Plus works. Some of the weird things about it that you might not be used to, the workflow, how orders are entered and exited. You just need to have that practice. I tell everybody, at least put a week in. Okay, the market will be there when you get back. All right, put at least a week in and give it a try. And so these are all my swing trades. And what I'm going to do real quick before I start answering questions is I'm going to cycle through all my open positions. And this is a best practice that I do. And I trade the same way with real money that I do with this simulated money. But what I do is on these charts, on my daily chart, as you see right here in the upper left, you can see where my stop loss order is. It's currently resting at 53.85. All right. And the number there tells me how much money I will lose if my stop loss order gets hit. Now, I don't want to lose that much. If I want to drag my stop loss order to a new level, all I need to do is click on it and drag it up. Look at that. Now I've just locked in at least a meager profit. This is telling me that if my stop loss order gets hit at this price, which is $56.99, I'll walk away with an approximately $51 profit. Now that does not factor into slippage or anything like that, but it's approximation, and I like that. I'm very visual. So I like to go through all my open trades and just move my stop loss orders for stocks that are going my way. This one is absolutely going my way, screaming higher. I'm going to drag my stop loss order at least to break even. You know what? I'm going to bring it right up here, right above the former resistance. And you can see if my stop gets hit, I'll walk away with a $3.29 profit. Great. I'm going to drag this one up just a little bit. Notice I only drag my stop loss orders in the direction of the trend. I never lower them once I'm in. If a stock isn't going my way, I'm not going to give it more room, right? So I think the rest are, I'm just going to drag a lot of these out to break even because I've been in these trades for at least a few weeks. You can always see where the blue line is on the chart. It intersects with the area where I entered the trade. So I entered the trade right here. So I've been in this trade for a little bit over a week. I'm going to drag this stop up just a little bit. All right. I'll leave that one. I'll drag this one up. And I'm just eyeballing levels on charts, guys. I've been trading for 23 years. I don't do any hard science on these stops. I just like to eyeball areas on charts where, to me, it's clear that the positive momentum has reversed. So in this case, if Dell trades down through here around 76.50, that tells me the trend, at least in the short term or in the medium term, is over. And that's really all I care about. Drag a few more up. Okay, I think we're good. The rest of these are going to stay put. Excellent. Okay, done with that. If anybody has any questions on how that worked and these stop loss orders, throw them in here. I'm happy to help. Okay, I see a question from Shepard. If when we create the external brokerage link and deposit the $25K, which I think is the minimum for Holly to trade for us, if we choose to do so, can Holly run autonomously for us? So that's a loaded question there, and let me kind of break it apart a little bit. So you refer to a 25K deposit. Now, 25K is required if you intend to day trade. That's not our rule. That's not Interactive Brokers' rule. That's a FINRA rule, the regulators. All right, the government regulators have determined in their infinite wisdom that people should not be allowed to day trade unless they have 25K in their account. Nobody here agrees that that's a good rule, but that's the rule, and those are the operations we have to work under. So that said, if you intend to day trade, which Holly does in fact day trade if you trade her intraday, you will need to have a minimum of 25K in your account. Now, the next question is, if we choose to do so, can Holly run autonomously for us? And the answer is yes. Now, I say that with a caveat. We get a lot of people coming to us who love the idea of letting Holly auto trade for them, and that is a good idea. But where I want to steer you away from is we do not encourage anybody to turn on Holly and step away from their computer and go to the beach for the day or go on vacation to Mexico for a week. That is not what we intend for people to do with Holly auto trading. We encourage everyone to stay engaged with the platform throughout the day. You don't have to watch every tick, but you want to be aware of what's going on. You want to be aware if there's anything you need to do to step in, because look, sometimes market moves happen, sometimes breaking news happens, sometimes a plane runs into a tower in downtown New York. You never know what's going to happen. You want to make sure that you are around in case the shit hits the fan, so to speak. All right? I don't know about you, but I like machines helping me with the workload, but I don't trust them to do everything for me, okay? So yes, you can have Holly auto traded with Brokerage Plus, but please think of it as Holly's just doing the hard work of hitting the buttons for you, right? So that you don't have to manually fumble with the keys and make quick decisions. You could let Holly do that for you, but stay engaged with the platform. See what's going on. See how your open positions are trending. Step in where you have to, okay? So I hope that answered your question, Shepard. Let's see, Peter. Are you setting the stops on your actual trading account and they may be flash triggered? Well, yes, Peter, that's a risk that we all face as traders. All of these stop loss orders are resting in the marketplace with my broker, and if there's a flash crash, you are at risk of getting filled. That's not something we can protect you against. That's a risk that every market participant is exposed to. Stock guidance. Hey, are you using Brokerage Plus on your trading? Well, as you can see here on my platform, I'm using it for simulated trading. I am demoing the simulator. I do not personally use it for my personal trading. I primarily trade options these days. And I don't have an account with Interactive Brokers, which is what you need. I do all my trading through Tastyworks. LV, do I swing trade stocks below $10? No, I do not. It's just a personal preference of mine. I'm not making a value judgment. If you have an edge with stocks under $10, by all means, exploit that edge. Execute against that edge as often as you can. I don't tend to trade stocks under $10. To me, I think they're too volatile. And I know volatility is a double-edged sword, right? It's great when it's going your way, but it's not. It's the opposite of that when it's not going your way. So I like to sleep at night. And for me, I like to stay away from the stocks under $10. Again, you do you, LV. Whatever works for you, keep doing it. I mean, we got lots of guys, even guys here on my team here at Trade Ideas, that trade a lot of sub $10 stocks, and they're doing great. And that's great for them. Keep it up. All right, folks, I see a few more people have logged in since I started my preamble at the top of the hour. For those of you who have missed it, this is the live Q&A session. I don't have any pre-planned discussion to take place today. It's all about answering your questions. So wherever you want to take us throw the questions in here and we'll do my best to answer them. Shepard, you're looking for a link to guide you through the setup with Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I've got that. Let me dig it up here. Give me 1 sec. And I'll put it in the chat for everybody. It's a real nice little video put together by Michael Noss, our teammate here, who walks you through all the steps to get set up with Brokerage Plus in Interactive Brokers. Here it is. Get set up with IB and Brokerage Plus. All right, guys, there's the link right there in the chat room. All right, SP Drejan. I'm sure I butchered that name. When do you start entering those swing trades? I saw you adjusted the stop losses and would be interested to know when you enter those swings. You're a newbie to the group. Well, welcome. I'm sure you're not alone in the newbie category. So that's a great question, and I'm happy to walk you guys through my process for entering swing trades using Holly as my idea generator. So I've built my own custom layout here. You'll see it in my channel bar right here. See the AI swings? This is a custom channel that I have built. It's only available to me. I'm happy to share it with you, but this is my layout. This is what I use. And the first thing you'll notice is this box right here. This is where we should first start in the bottom right corner. This is all of the long Holly trades that have been entered so far today. I don't care about the short trades. As a swing trader, I prefer the trade on the long side. That's just my preference. And by the way, excuse me, how did I get that window? If you go to your TI menu bar up here at the top and you go to New and you choose Holly Strategy Trades window, that'll launch one of these windows. Now I've kind of customized the columns a little bit so it looks a little different from here. But if you launch that window and you just want to see the long trades like I do, you see here it's showing the short and long trades. See the red S's there? I could go into this strategy toggle here in the upper right. Go to the filter and just choose all long strategies. And now I only see the long trades. So that's how I got this window here. I've customized it a little bit with my columns, so I just have the things that I'm interested in. But what I do is every trading day, typically in the last hour of the day. The reason why I wait till the last hour is because usually by the last hour, Holly has entered into all the trades that she's going to enter into for the day. She'll occasionally do a trade in the last hour, but it's pretty rare. Most of the trades she's going to do happen early on. And so in the last hour, I'll cycle through all these charts, all these tickers. And you'll notice across the top of my screen, I've got 4 charts. They're all pointing to the same stock, but they're on different time frames. So on the furthest left, I got a monthly chart, followed by a weekly chart, then a daily chart, and lastly, an intraday chart. Now, when I'm looking for trade ideas, I'm mostly just focused on these 2 charts here, the monthly and weekly chart. Why? As a swing trader, I want to get involved in stocks that are showing momentum. All right? I want the wind at my sails. I want the stock to have momentum behind it before I consider getting into a intraday trade. So let's start at the bottom of the list here. I've got this list sorted by price. The reason why I have it sorted by price is because these lower price stocks, these $6 stocks like this PPBT, it's not a stock I'm interested in trading, as we discussed before. I don't like to trade stocks below 10 bucks. So I'll start here at the bottom with MCAC. Now look at this chart. Look at this monthly chart up and to the right. Look at the weekly chart up and to the right. These are the types of stocks I like to get into for a swing trade. However, I'm not ready to pull the trigger just yet. I have another qualification. And again, these are just my preferences. I'm not saying this is the right thing or the only thing or the best thing. This is just what works for me. I've got a single stock window right here, again, customized to only the data points I want to see. You'll notice the market cap of 104 million. For me, that's too small. I like to stay with a market cap north of 500 million. Again, I'm not looking to get into super volatile stocks that can be easily manipulated and easily moved by, 1 or 2 big players. And they tend to always move against me. I want at least 500 million market cap. Okay, so 500 million is what I'm looking for minimum. So this stock does not pass the muster. So let's go on to the next one. VERU. Okay, wow. Monthly chart, screaming higher. Weekly chart, screaming higher. Daily chart, screaming higher. Now, This one is a little bit of a chase, but momentum is going in the right direction. Market cap looks right. Average trading volume of 7 million shares a day. That's great. I like to see at least 500,000 shares on average every day. So this is a stock I would consider buying. All right. And so let's just go through all the rest. We'll go through them quickly. Monthly, weekly charts. The weekly chart looks good, but I don't like that monthly chart, so I'm going to skip. Oxy, ugly. I don't like that monthly downtrend. Mara, showing some life. Weekly chart looks pretty sexy, but nope, I'm going to stay away. FOXA, no good. Crocs. Ooh, I like this one. Market monthly chart is going way up. Weekly chart going way up. Daily chart looks like it might break out soon. Love it. This is a stock I like. This checks all the boxes. This is one I'd probably enter. And lastly, PRU. I don't like it. Now let me show you something here. I'm going to enter into this Crocs right now, just as an example. One of the cool things that how I use Brokerage Plus in the simulated trading. So I don't auto trade anything in the simulator. But what I do is I've set up a strategy where I can easily enter trades really quickly. And I can enter them at the right share size, at the right risk, so I don't have to do any thinking about it. So check this out. In my Brokerage Plus window, I'm going to go to my Strategies tab right here. And you'll notice at the bottom, I've got long swing trade buys and a short swing trade, or swing trade short. I don't usually use this strategy, but it's there in case I want it. This is a custom strategy I've created. And this allows me to enter into trades, swing trades, with one click. Now let me show you how this works. I'm going to right click on this strategy and open it up. I'm going to edit trading strategy. And you'll notice there's 5 tabs here across the top. The most important tabs for me are really these middle 2 here, order details and risk management. So let's start with the risk management tab. So for me as a swing trader, what I like to do is I like to set my stop at 5% away. So use some choices with a stop loss. You can do a dollars stop loss, meaning all my stop losses are $5 away, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense because $5 away in Amazon is a lot different than $5 away on a $15 stock, right? It's a dramatically different trade. Filter is an advanced option, which we won't get into. I won't lose half of our audience on that. But the one I like to use is percent. And I like to use 5%. Now, there's no magic in that number, guys. You could use 6%, you could use 10%, whatever. But for me, I like 5%. And so any trade I get into, automatically, when a trade gets entered, my stop loss order will be set automatically at 5% away from the current market price. So if I'm buying a stock at $100 a share, my stop loss will be automatically entered in the market at $95 a share. That's 5% away. Now I'm not done. That's the first part of this process. The next thing is I go to the order details tab, and here's where I choose my position sizing, which I think is very, very important. So in the toggle here, you have 3 options with position sizing. You could do a fixed dollars amount, meaning I will always invest $5,000 per trade. So however many shares that buys, I'll buy $5,000 worth of stock. Okay, I don't hate that strategy. In fact, I use it with some other trading that I do. So that's a good option. The next option is fixed shares. You could just say, all right, I want to trade 100 shares of every trade. I know there's a lot of old school traders that like to only trade 100 share lots or 500 share lots, whatever their number is. They're comfortable. Maybe they always trade the same priced stocks. They're always trading $20 stocks, or stocks are between 20 and $30 a share, so they know the right size for them. Whatever. I know when I started in 1998, I always traded in 1,000 share blocks because we had to. That was the rule, to be a SOS trader, but I won't lose you in that discussion either. But the position sizing that I like to use, and the one I recommend, is based on stop loss. So what this allows you to do is, remember we set a stop loss over here in the risk management tab at 5% away, right? So based on how far away my stop loss is, I could set it so that my position will only risk a certain amount of my capital. Now, you could use 200. In fact, that's what I do for all these Holly trades. I'm only willing to risk $200 of my capital on any one trade. So I could put this number in, and you can put any number you want, but for me, I'm putting 200. And so now, any trade that Holly enters, the stop loss will be 5% away, and the number of shares that I buy will be such that if my stop loss gets hit, I will lose approximately $200. Excellent. That makes my life so easy. So just go ahead and hit OK, and I got this strategy active here. And now when I enter a trade, and I'll do this right now with Crocs, let's say I want to buy this, I could right click in any one of these charts. I'll right click here on the weekly chart. I right click, I choose Trade Crocs, and then here are my strategies that I have saved. I'm going to buy using swing trade buys. That's this strategy right here, right? Swing trade, buy using swing trade buys. I click it, and boom, I get into the trade. If I go to my executions tab, you will see there it is. Crocs, I bought 51 shares at 78.15. So the trade happened, and you can see my working stop loss order right there on my charts. And I could drag it if I want. I could move it a little closer to the market. But we'll leave it where it was. It's a good place to start for now. Give it a little room. And that's how I got into a trade, guys. It was super simple. You can see it in my executions. There's also another trade here that I exited earlier today. One of my stop losses got hit. But there's Crocs. If I go to my positions tab, Crocs will show up somewhere in here. There it is. You can see I got into 51 shares, entry price 78.17, and I'm currently down $1 in the trade. All right. I hope that made sense to you guys. If you have any questions on that process, let me know. But I think that's a super powerful feature for people who aren't necessarily using Brokerage Plus to auto trade, but you want to use it to quickly get into trades at the right position sizing without having to do any math. That works great for me as a swing trader. As a swing trader, we have the luxury of not having to be so particular about our entry, right? I don't care if I get filled 10 cents higher than the ideal spot because I'm in this trade for many dollars and hopefully for many weeks and many months, right? Do I care if I get slipped 20 cents on my entry today? No, I don't. But again, that's me. You guys are free to think whatever you want and trade whatever works best for you. So SP Jrejan, I hope that answered your question. I also hope I pronounced your name right. LV, you can do this trade only on IB. Yes, so as at this time, LV, the only brokerage that accepts live orders from Trade Ideas is Interactive Brokers. Now, we have E-Trade coming on board soon, any day now. We've been working with TD Ameritrade. That connection is proving to be a little bit more challenging. It's been very buggy, so it's in active testing right now. We hope to bring TD Ameritrade on soon, but E-Trade is just about ready to go. So stay put. But right now, as we speak, Interactive Brokers is your only option. And Bill, I see your question. I just answered it. Hope you heard it. Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade, it's a work in progress. Had a little bit of a setback actually recently. There's been some bugs, and it's look, we don't want to launch a product that's going to get anybody hurt. We'd rather wait and do it right, and so that's where we're at with TD Ameritrade. But it's a work in progress. Jose, what's different for day traders? I see your comment there. I see you say different for day traders. What's different for day traders? New guy Bacon, you can link your Trade Ideas platform to TD Ameritrade. And by linking, I mean you could, anytime you click on a symbol on your Trade Ideas platform, that same symbol will load up, locked and loaded on TD Ameritrade so that you can go make a trade over there. We call that external linking. That is possible, but you cannot send live orders from Trade Ideas to TD Ameritrade as of yet. Jan's talking about ARYA. Let's see what's up. Wow, quite a move. Quite a move. I'm not in it, but quite a move. Looks like that's a SPAC, huh? SPAC attack! Oh, I have no idea what this music is that's playing here. I gotta change up the music a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Any requests? Some Donna Summers, perhaps? Some Duke Ellington? Let's play some Duke Ellington. Why not? Does the earnings date play a part in my swing trade? That's a good question, Peter. And yes, it can. I'm often reluctant to get into a trade with stock if earnings are, within the next week or so. I'm not perfect on that regard, but if earnings are coming up and I'm aware of it and it's happening in the next week or two, I'm probably going to steer clear of doing that with a stock trade. I might do it with an options trade where I can define my risk a lot more clearly. But as a stock swing trade, I'm often likely to stay away from it. Good question. TJ, can you link with Fidelity Active Trader Pro? I believe so. I've never used it. I don't have Fidelity, but I'm pretty sure we can connect to just about every brokerage for external linking, not for trading, but for external linking. And for those of you who are unaware of how external linking works, and it's hard for me to show you how to do that here, but in your TI menu bar up at the top, if you go to Tools and choose External Linking, this will bring out this external linking window. You can see I don't have any external links activated at the moment. I would click Add Link, and then you just follow the on-screen instructions here. Basically, a short answer is you hover your mouse over the symbol entry box on your Fidelity Trader Pro or whatever else you're using, and you hold your Shift key when you do that, and that'll select the window. See, it says Current Linked Window, and then you hit OK, and that, in many cases, will link up, create the link for you. Now, some platforms work a little different than others. It can be a little buggy. So if you run into any problems with that, the best course of action is to come into our live chat. Our live chat, or send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, or go to our website during market hours, trade-ideas.com, and find our live chat customer service area there. And one of our technicians will walk you through the steps to get you connected. Hi, Tony. I'm not Jamie. I'm Sean. And what do I think of Mogo? I don't know. It's looks like a pretty strong chart. I wouldn't touch it, but that's just me. I don't like that 207 million market cap. I don't, and I don't trade stocks under $10. So that's just me. But from a purely technical point, looks great. But guys, we're not here to talk about stocks. We're here to talk about the platform. So people who have questions about the Trade Ideas software, that's what this next 30 minutes is for. When I'm done here, I'll pass it back to Barry in the live trading room. You guys could discuss stocks with Barry all day long. That's what he loves to do, and that's what it's for. But this is just a live Q&A about the software. So let's try to keep our conversation focused on the Trade Ideas platform, please, for everyone's benefit. Thank you. Yes, Mr. B. Troman, I am primarily an options trader. That is true. That is true. I've traded everything. I've been trading since 1998. I started as a stock trader, and I still trade stocks, but I consider myself primarily an options trader these days, for sure. Peter, on this channel that you're looking at right now, I do not show the earnings date, but I don't keep this channel open throughout the day. This is just when I'm selecting my swing trades. My layout, this is the one that I use all day long. I do show earnings date here. You can see in my single stock window right up here, I got earnings date populated right there. And, some earnings dates are not active. There we go. So you can see pre-market February 5th. That just happened. And you know what? I mean, now that you mention it, I probably should add it to my AI Swings channel. Let's do that right now. This could be instructive for anybody. If you want to add any more data points to a swing, to a single stock window, all you simply do is in that single stock window, you right click, choose configure, and in the search terms box, type in what you're looking for. I'm looking for earnings. Earnings date, there it is. I highlight it, I choose show column, and you can see it's right up here. It's selected to appear. I hit OK, and now I've got earnings date. Peter, thanks for that suggestion. I should have had that all along. I'm going to keep that there now. And I just made some changes to my layout. And what do we need to do? We need to save our changes so that they're always available. So I'm going to hit File, Save Layout, and call it My Layout. Hit Save. And now every time I open my layout, it's going to have this earnings date saved there. And you know, I have to actually do one extra step because it's a custom layout that I have access to in my channel bar. This is kind of annoying. I wish we had a fix for this, but I have to change the cloud link for this layout here. So let's do this. I'm going to go to my TI menu bar. I'm going to go to File and Save or Share to Cloud. I'm going to choose Entire Layout right there, and I'm going to hit Save. Now in my channel bar, I need to go into the gearbox here, hit Edit Custom Channels, choose My Layout, hit Edit Channel, and right here I can enter the cloud link. I'm going to hit Select from Cloud, and it's the one I just saved right there at the top, Layout. Hit Select, OK, and Apply. And now every time I open up my AI Swings channel, it will look just like this with the earnings date. Thanks, Peter. Okay. What happened to my music? I lost my music. All right. Thank you kindly. Is there a broker you can recommend that links to TI and place live trades through Trade Ideas? Yes, we've covered that, Bacon. Right now it's only Interactive Brokers. It's the only broker you could currently send live orders from Trade Ideas. E-Trade's coming online soon, but Interactive Brokers is currently the only brokerage that you can use. All right. Jose, if I make an external link to DAS Montage, do I lose the link to TI charts? I don't think so, but I have no user experience with DAS. Sorry, or DOS, depending on who you are. Mike, you like my AI Swings layout? You want me to share the cloud link for that? I'm happy to do so. Let's do this. In fact, I just shared that. Let's see. Let's go. Let's open up the channel. Here it is. I'm going to share the cloud link with you. So the way I do that is I go to File, Save or Share to Cloud. I'm going to hit Entire Layout. I'm going to hit Save. Let's do this. Sean's AI Swings layout. I'm going to hit Save and Share. It's going to give me that's the cloud link right there. I'm going to copy that. And now I'm going to put it in the chat for you. Swings layout. There you go. Mike, hope that's helpful. Anyone could use that. Jan, if you're talking about using filters for stop losses in Brokerage Plus, I don't use that. I think it's way too complicated. I like to keep things very, very simple. That's me. If you need help with that, I would encourage you to come back Wednesday. Michael does the Q&As on Wednesday. He's much more experienced with that kind of stuff. Or if you have something specific you're trying to do, you can always email us, info@trade-ideas.com. LV, no, we do not have videos on how to use options to trade Holly. Trade Ideas is not built for options trading, so we don't have videos on that. But look, if you're just buying straight calls when you're bullish, and if you're buying straight puts when you're bearish, you would do the same thing a stock trader does. And when you see a stock that triggers that Holly gets into, instead of buying the stock, you would just go buy a call if you're bullish. There's really no magic to that. Shepard, my TI windows, let's say I'm looking at one of the Holly pre-made layouts, are on individual windows. Is there a way to select TI in my Windows menu bar such that all TI windows come to the front? I'm not quite sure I follow what you're asking there, Shepard. I mean, whenever I click on a layout, that brings up all my windows. I don't know why any of them would be hidden. If they're hidden, it's because maybe you're running another program that is defaulted to always be on top, and maybe you got to go into that program and change the settings so that that doesn't happen. I'm not sure. Maybe you can explain that a little bit. Well, you can only use one TI layout at a time. Yes, that's correct, Shepard. You can only open up one layout at a time. You cannot have multiple layouts open. Maybe that's what the issue is. Gerald, the question is, I'm an options trader. What broker do I use for my options trading? I use Tastyworks. I've also used Thinkorswim for a long, long time. I've recently migrated the majority of my trading over to Tastyworks. Both are great, but if I had to pick one right now, I'd say Tastyworks, absolutely. JLim12, is it possible to add a trailing stop following 1% below a 10-day simple moving average? Probably. I might not be the best guy to answer that, but let's see. If I go to order details or risk management, and I use a trailing stop, and I set it to filter, and then I go to formulas here, and we go to simple moving average. Let's see if we have it in here. I don't see simple moving average as a choice. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let me scroll through. This could take a while. Oh, here it is. Change from SMAs. You want 1% below. So let's say you choose a change from 20-day SMA filter, and you can set the offset. You should be able to choose the offset as 1. Look, I don't use this, Gerald, and for some reason I can't set this offset. There might be a bug here. I do recall hearing that there's some bugginess with the trailing stops. If that's something that you're looking to do, I'm sorry, that wasn't Gerald, that was JLim12. If that's something you're looking to do, JLim, if it's important to you, send us a ticket, send us an email, and one of our techs will look into it. info@trade-ideas.com. I would think that you would do it right here at the trailing stop, set the filter, change from an SMA, and set your offset to 1%. But for some reason, this is grayed out. So I'm not sure what's up there. Well, one thing many of you will just find is you're kicking the tires of Trade Ideas platform. There are a lot of features here. A lot of features. You can go down rabbit holes that keep you trapped for weeks. Believe me, you can. That said, I am somebody who, my philosophy in trading and in life is I like to keep things simple. I find the things that I need and want and don't worry about anything else. But that's just me. Peter, I believe E-Trade, once we have live trading set up with E-Trade, I believe that will be free commission, which we're all pretty excited about. I don't want to say that's true 100%, but I'm pretty sure it'll be free commissions. Now, they're going to charge you data fees, unfortunately. I'm not sure what those data fees are, so there will be some cost, but should be negligible. All right, Shepard, I'm going to give you a pretty basic answer to this question. It says, if I start TI and select a preset layout, then I open up an internet browser to check email, etc., TI is now behind the browser window. I want to then bring TI back to the front. Well, the simplest thing is just to minimize the browser. I mean, look, I got a browser open right here. If I don't want to see it anymore, I just minimize it. Now it's gone. If I want to bring it back up, I bring it back up. Hit the minus, and it's gone. That's what I would do, Shepard. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that. But there is something you can do. I don't know if this is what you're looking for, but in your TI menu bar, if you go to Windows, you can click Show All. Like, let's say I minimized all my Trade Ideas windows, which, by the way, is super easy to do. You take your TI menu bar. If you wanted to minimize all these windows, just hit the flatten button here in the TI menu bar, and they all go away. And if I want to bring them all back up, I just hover over my TI icon in my Windows taskbar. I choose the TI menu bar right here, click it, and it brings them all up. But you could also, if you maybe have some things obscured, like let's bring up a browser again. Let's just go to Google here. So let's say I'm on, I don't know, this is just a random website. And I can see some of my TI, but not all of my TI. And I don't want to minimize my browser. Check this out. You can go to your TI menu bar, hit Windows, Show All, and then there. Now your TI windows are on top. Shep, hope that helps. I mean, for me, I would just minimize the window, the browser. That's the easiest way for me, but maybe I'm not thinking it the same way you are. All right, Joe P. Hello, Sean. I have the standard Trade Ideas package without the Holly. Can you put the Holly fully automatic with risk on your Brokerage Plus account, or do you still have to do the buy or sell manual? Well, Joe P., first of all, you're not going to have access to Holly with a standard Trade Ideas subscription. To have access to these Holly channels, if I bring up a Holly channel here, to have access to a Holly AI channel, you have to have a premium subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, without a premium subscription, you will not see the data here on the Holly AI channels. Okay? Now, assuming you do have a premium Trade Ideas subscription and you want to trade Holly and use Brokerage Plus, you have two options. You can manually trade. Let me close that window. You can manually trade any one of these trades, right? I could click on this ticker, bring up the chart, and I could right click and hit trade and buy using my swing trade buys algorithm if I want, right? I can do that manual, and many people do. In fact, the majority of people still do. Or you do have the option to auto trade Holly AI, and the way you would do that is you bring up your Brokerage Plus window. Here's my Brokerage Plus window. I would go to the Holly AI tab right here. It says off. Yes, there's a big off right there. And in the column here, the trading column, all these strategies say off. If I wanted to turn any one of these individually on, or all of them, I could like select them all, right? I would just right click and choose enable 14 selected strategies, and that would turn on the Holly AI. Now, before you do that, before you turn these on and let it loose, you're gonna need to edit your trading instructions first. So you're gonna wanna go to edit long trading instructions. Unfortunately, I have to do it twice, right? For both long and short trades. But you go into the edit long trading instructions and you go in here and you set your AI mode, whether you're conservative or moderate. You choose your position sizing. I would do based on stop loss, right? Set the value you want, let's say $100 per trade. And then for entry orders, it defaults to limit, but I would choose market. And I'll tell you why real quick, guys, why I do market orders. I don't care what your time frame is. I don't care if you're a day trader. I don't care if you're a swing trader. I don't care if you're a long-term investor. Every trade you put on has 4 possible outcomes. You can make a little bit of money. You can lose a little bit of money. You can make big money, or you could lose big money. Now, our job as traders, first and foremost, is to eliminate the lose big money. And how do we do that? Well, we always have a stop loss order, right? We always have a stop loss order, and we never size our positions so big that if we were to get hit on our loss, that it takes us out of the game. You never want to do that. Good rule of thumb, never risk more than 1% of your capital on any one trade. Maybe go as high as 2, but that's it, okay? Anything beyond 2, you're playing with fire. Trust me, I've been in this game a long time, and every long-term successful trader that I know, I'm not talking about the flash in the pans, the guys that make a boatload of money on one big trade, one big lucky trade, whatever. I'm talking about the guys and girls who've been doing this for decades, who've been successful. Every single one of them will tell you, I never risk more than 2% of my trades, and oftentimes it's less than 1%. So anyway, out of those 4 possible outcomes, if you eliminate the big losing trade, the math works in your favor, because here's what happens. You're gonna have a lot of small losing trades, and you're gonna have a lot of small winning trades. That's gonna make up 90% of your trades. Those will offset and basically be a net wash. It's the 10% of your trades that are your big winners that drive all of your profits. I can tell you, swing trading in this demo account last year, I did 270-ish trades. 250 of them were a net wash. 20 of them were responsible for all of my profits last year. Okay. Now I tell you this because the reason why I use market orders is because if I use a limit order to get into a trade, here's what's going to happen. By definition, if a stock is going to cause me to lose money, I'm going to get filled on that trade every single time, right? Because by definition, it has to trade through my limit order to go to a lower price where I lose money. So I will get filled on every single losing trade. That's fine. But what happens is I might miss out on the big winner, okay? If I have a limit order to get in and the stock starts running and I miss my entry by 5 cents or 10 cents and the stock just runs and runs and runs, well, guys, that's a recipe for failure because we need those big winners to make our day, make our week, make our month, make our year. We have to have those big winners. And if I'm putting limit orders out, I risk missing that big winner. So I always would use market orders. Yes, I might get a poorer than ideal fill from time to time, but in most cases, those are the trades we want because those are the stocks that are running, okay? And I promise you guys, you catch one big winner using a market order, that's going to more than pay for all the bad fills, the quote unquote bad fills you think you got because you were using market orders over limit orders. I promise you the math works in your favor. I've seen it a million times. So I use market orders. So once you got all your trading instructions set up, you just hit save, and then you could turn on these strategies. You right click, enable 14 selected strategies. These red offs will turn to green ons, and then we're live trading. I don't want to do that, so I'm not going to turn it on. But that's how you would do it. Yes, Aid, I have seen it all. I'm not your bro, though. All right, Shep, I'm glad we got you figured out. Sorry, but we danced around that answer a little bit, but we got there. That's good. Charles, on the Brokerage Plus window, what could be a cause of a delay in the stock placed in my position window? Well, that depends. Are you showing it show up in your executions right away, but you're not seeing it show up in your positions right away? If that's the case, that sounds like a bug. But if you place an order and it's just not showing up in your executions tab for 10, 30 seconds, whatever, it might just be it's taken a while to get a fill. And it's because Interactive Brokers has taken a while to report it back to us. Jan, do you mind if I share my long and short swing trade strategies? No, I don't mind at all. Now, actually, I don't really use the swing trade short, so I'm not even sure what this is set up as. So can I just share the long swing trade buys? Because that's really the only one I use. But if I want to share this with you, I just right click and load from cloud. Actually, hold on. What do I need to do here to save this for you? Oh, no, not save strategy default. What happens if I load from cloud? Is it in here? I probably have it in here, actually. Let's do this. Let me go to my cloud. Swing trade buys. Nope. Okay, yeah, you know what? I don't think I can share this with you over the cloud, but I can show you how it's all set up. It's pretty easy. If I edit my trading strategy, Jan, this is for you. On the configuration page, I don't make any changes. On the entry time, I just want to make sure it's set to, for me, the market opens at 7:30, closes at 2. I just make sure that those times are correct, and that's good. Really, everything that I do is right here in the order details and risk management. So order details, I'm risking $200 based on stop loss. I'm using market orders. And risk management, I'm using stop loss at 5%. Finally, in hold time, I don't have a timed exit. I have this defaulted to none. This, I don't believe this is something I could share a cloud link to. Yep, I think that's it, Chan. Joe P, I'm glad my instructions helped there. You're welcome. Debonair DC. B Plus did not do the re-entry order. There is not info in IB as to why and re-entry is enabled in B Plus. What do you think? Well, I think it might be a bug. Perhaps. I don't know. Best for you to send us an email to our tech team so they could look into that. Info, I'm going to put the email. I've said it a number of times, but questions via email. Send them to info@trade-ideas.com. There you go. Yes, Jessa, there are plans to integrate other brokerages into Brokerage Plus besides indirect brokers. E-Trade will be coming online very soon. It's in the final stages of testing. TD Ameritrade / Thinkorswim will also be coming down the pike. We thought we were real close with them recently. And then we discovered some urgent bugs that needed some squashing before we felt comfortable releasing it to the public. So we kind of slowed our rollout on that. But E-Trade should be next, and TD Ameritrade hopefully soon. How do I filter and with what alerts in DE config screen? Not sure what you mean there, Jan. If you want to, if you're in a top list, let's create a new top list here. If you want to add filters in your configuration window, you just go to, we'll start from scratch. Then you go to search, and you could find any filters here you want. You can scroll through and find them, which I don't recommend, or just type in key terms, volume, to zero in on the related things you're looking for. All right, folks, I have 5 minutes left to hang out with you. So this is last call for questions. At the top of the hour, I pass the room back to Barry in the live trading room, and Barry will take you into the close. And if this is your first time here on our YouTube channel or in our live Q&A, bookmark this YouTube link that you're at right now. You can click this link at any time during market hours, and there'll be some live action going on here. You'll either be in the live trading room with Barry, or you'll be in the live Q&A that happens at noon Eastern every trading day. We have a rotating cast of people that do the live Q&A. I do Mondays. Steve Gomez will do Tuesdays. Michael Noss is Wednesday. Jamie typically does Thursday, and Andy typically does Friday. So a lot of different traders, a lot of different experience levels, a lot of different ideas. So if you have the bandwidth and you have the time, come on back every day. You'll hear something new, I promise. Claudio, let me see your question. Would it be possible to share with us a collaborate window to scan for 5-minute rounding bottoms and rounding tops? Also, if it's not too much to ask, a tight base. I don't have any of that ready to go, Claudio. We'd have to build it from scratch. I don't have much experience in that kind of stuff, but if I were to create a new alert window, just go ahead and hit alert window. Start from scratch. Let's see, I'm not even sure we have a rounding bottom out of the box. I'm looking for rounding, I don't see it. The problem with a rounding bottom, Claudio, is that what looks like a rounding bottom or a rounding top to me might not look like a rounding top to you. It's very subjective, right? There's no way to quantify that in a way that satisfies everybody. So we don't have any out of the box on that. Not saying it can't be done with the right combination of alerts and filters, but it would take a lot of experimentation. And Claudio, you caught me right here at the end of the session, and we really don't have time to dig into that right now, but happy to do it if you come back tomorrow at noon Eastern, and I'm sure Steve will be able to brainstorm with you. All right, Jan, let's go back here. My swing trade buys. Let's open up the added trading strategy. I don't use any filters in my strategies, okay? My risk management is based on percentage. I don't use filters. This is where you start getting super complicated, and I don't do complicated. I'm the wrong guy for complicated, Jan. I'm a simpleton, and I'm proud of it. But if you want to use a filter as a stop loss, this is where you'd start. You set a filter and find the filter that you want. By the way, a lot of these filters in here actually don't apply. They're just, unfortunately, they're in here by brute force. Some of these aren't relevant, but if you do like a VWAP, you have a filter of a VWAP. If it breaks the VWAP, you're out. But again, this is super complicated stuff, Jan. I'm not the guy for that, unfortunately. I just use my stop losses based on percent. I'm a simpleton, and that works for me. Thanks, Claudio, for understanding. It's just that would take what you want to do there would take some experimentation because we don't have any out-of-the-box solution for that. But if you come back later this week, anytime, just come in early and hit us with that question early, and we'll have some time to dig into it. All right, buddy? All right, folks. Last call for questions. If you're sitting on anything, especially if it's something simple and easy, you think now's the time to ask it. We could knock it out in a minute or two. Otherwise, we're gonna pass it back to Barry. You're welcome, Claudio. You're welcome, Jan. Thanks to all of you with the great questions. We didn't have any dull moments today. Questions kept coming. I like it. Jessa, is there a popular community that shares different screener settings? Jess, you're in the right place. The live trading room that's right here, free, on this YouTube channel that I'm going to pass you into here in just a moment. That's the best place, probably. Barry, who runs the room, he's got all kinds of scans that he uses. He's happy to share links with you. And there's other users in the room that are sharing ideas. So you're in the right place. But, I'll leave you with this. In your channel bar, in your Trade Ideas channel bar, if you stretch it out a little bit, you got to scroll down. But scroll on down to right here. See this channel here with the key? It says Traders Vault. This is a channel that we created. It's a bit of a warehouse of many of the popular top lists and alert windows that the guys here have created over the years and people ask about. All right. This is the place to go to find scans you want to use. And all you got to do is, let's say it's this composite rating that you want to use, just click on it, right click, hit save or share to cloud. Here's the name of it right there. It'll save to your cloud, hit save. And then you go to one of your layouts, let's open up like my layout. And if I want to bring that window into my layout, all I simply do is go to File, Load from Cloud. It's going to be the thing right at the top. There it is, composite rating. That's the thing I just saved. Highlight it, click Load. And there it is. It opened up on my screen. I could find a home for it. I could stretch it out. And there we go. Good to go. Now I just need to save that, and then I'm good to go. So I hope that helped. Jess, the Traders Vault is a good place to check out. It's in your channel bar. Right there, short squeeze. All right, folks, I'm going to pass you back to Barry now. Barry's going to take over. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I've just never thought about it. Meanwhile, I'm wondering, guys, listen, crazier things have happened. OPGN is very similar to OCGN. Crazier things have happened. All right, guys, I am going to do my video now. So before I do, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be back certainly no later. Okay, great, Sean. Okay. No later than 1:25. Should be earlier, as long as I don't run into any technical difficulties while I'm doing it. Doing the video back around 1:25. So there's our announcement. And if you want to follow along, not follow, I always say that. If you want to subscribe to my video, click on my homepage link right there, Barry's homepage right there. Okay, and then when you click on the link, one of the links is my recap videos, okay? And I'll put that into the YouTube room. All right, guys. We will see you. I'll put myself on mute now in both rooms. We'll see you at around 1:25, hopefully sooner. guys, I'm back, and well, I had technical issues. I couldn't do the video today, so no video today. Okay, I had to do it. Tried it 4 times. Okay, let's get back to work here. Let's see what's happening. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. All right, so what is happening? Let's see. So as I was doing the video, let's see, BNED, I saw that showed up. So again, guys, you hear me say it a million times, but at least 1,000 times. Look left on the chart. So BNED, what do we see? So the alert's at 8:15. What's the high there? Looks like that's about 8:29. You know, so there's too much resistance close by for BNED. So again, all alerts are not created equal. Okay, Goddess, the the trade of the week is RVP. The trigger is, and it was above it, but it might be coming back to it, is 1956. All right, KIQ. I don't know if I've seen this one before. KIQ, a little Canadian company out of sort of close by, South Surrey. I have seen this one before. I remember this one. Yeah, so it had a day, but 6 days ago, it did get up to $1 or something or other. What did they do? Okay, BSRQ is making a little move here. BSRQ making a little bit of a move here. Look at this on this 15, a little bit of a move here. BSRQ. Financings, ammo. And somebody said they saw something about COVID regarding OCGM, but also they did a financing, and you know the market's reacting well to the financing. That's all I can say. OCGN. Yeah, okay, the big difference, the main difference is this, okay, the AI. That's the main difference. Anybody wanting the premium service, then this is what they're talking about. This is the AI, where you get entry and stops. And okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You don't have to do anything. You just load this window before the market opens, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. That's the main difference between premium and standard. I mean, there are some other differences, but you know, the real difference in why anybody wants our premium service is because they want to have access to our AI. And AI meaning this, okay? That's the main difference. So you get an alert, you have a stop, manage the trade. Okay? And that's what they're talking about. Entry and exit signals are. That's exactly what they're talking about. All right, guys. What time is it? 1:26. Oh, it's Monday. No marketing sessions. No nothing. Yeah. I don't. What do you mean by a hit rate? I mean, listen. The AI can be used in all sorts of different ways. Okay, I use it when I'm able to follow it a little more, is as a watch list. That's all I care about. I mean, we have people say, well, how does it do? Well, how the AI does really is how you are as a trader. If you're looking for something that is fully automated, it's not, I mean, yes, you can do it in fully automated mode, and some days it could work, some days it may not work. We don't recommend fully automated mode. You know, if you did want to try, first of all, we have a simulator here, okay? Before I would ever commit money thinking, wow, this is what I want to do, I want to use the AI. I want to put it in full automation mode. I've got an interactive broker's account. I'm just going to let it rip. Well, don't. We have a simulator here, okay? So you need a premium service, but you could turn on all the AI alerts, okay, or all the AI strategies are all off here. Turn them all on, and just you can see yourself how well would it have done running in fully automated mode, okay? So there are no videos on how to use the AI because it can be used in many different ways. It's really that simple. I'm not trying to be flip on it, but that's really what it's all about. Some people may take the AI entries in auto fashion and then manage the exits on their own. That managing the exits on your own, in my opinion, will maximize the AI. Maximize your returns on the AI. Yeah, meanwhile, yeah, so this OPGN, you got to wonder. I mean, I was just joking, saying, people spelling the symbol or something like that with the OCGN. I was joking, but you never know. You absolutely just never know. Look at the volume that's coming in. I mean, it's very possible that, OCGN and OPGM, people are getting out of this and putting into OPGN for no other reason other than it sounds the same. Looks the same. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of looking. Let's see, how's the trade of the week doing? RVP. Yeah, it's kind of hanging around now. Kind of hanging around the price, the suggested entry. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. If you look at AZS and back this out, so if you look at it on the monthly chart, so what did it do? Not quite to the penny, but look where it got to. It got up to 219, and here's the next high looking left, 230. Okay, so, that it'll have to take that out. The next high looking left on top of that is 257. But these are, I mean, it has a shot. I mean, it's got a shot to start filling in this void. It's all laid out in the email. Let me see if I can find the email. First of all, they're designed for longer term trades. Okay, number one. That's the. Let's see if I can find the email. Can't find the email. They got sent out. Oh, wait a minute. Well, the first thing is, I mean, they're designed for longer term trades. Okay, that's the number one thing. Can't believe I can't find the email. Let me just see here. There we go. So high short float. In this particular case, a high short float, they're 30% float short, 14 million in the float, which is really, really low also. So I've been following all the shenanigans with Wall Street bets and etc. GameStop. I mean, this is what kind of got all these things going. So this was kind of, well, how long is up to you? How long is completely up to you. I mean, you could, listen, if you got into this one right now and then in the next 10 minutes it went from 19 to 30, you could trade it out, right? So, I mean, it's really up to you how long you're going to hold. You can, if you're brand new to trading, well, you have to start understanding, support areas on longer term charts. If it broke down through that, you probably should be out. There is a stop. There is a stop, and it's the rising 10 SMA on the daily chart. Nowhere close to that. But there's no, it's not like it's going to say, okay, and you should hold this 1 week. I mean, NIO, I'll use this one because NIO was the trade of the week back here. No, sorry, right here. Right this week, right there, okay? And the trigger was around $21. Now, right here you would have been gagging a little bit, but I mean, look where it is now. So depends on your trading plan. FUV was the trade of the week, I think around $15. It's about 3 weeks ago, maybe right around here. And, it got up to 36. I'm not saying it's easy to hold these, but, it's up to you. So it's not going to say, well, you should get out after 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Yeah, Lily, I mean, the thing is that unfortunately, right now you can be rewarded by chasing, and that gets you into bad habits, of course. Yeah, so iOS, it runs, but only in web-based version, unless you're willing to use a program like an emulation program like Parallels, or looking at like AWS, Amazon Web Services, something like that. It is designed. It's a PC. It's a PC application though. But again, we do have a web-based version, so you can run it on a Mac on our web-based version, or with an emulation program, or something like Amazon Web Services. You can download our program to as many devices as you want. You can only have it open one device at a time. So yeah, so Sal, that was this week's. I mean, next week's trade of the week, there will be an explanation in the email about what the logic behind it was. So it's not always that every trade of the week has to have a low float, high short float percent. Okay, I think they're just trying to take advantage of maybe the stuff that's been happening, and it may or may not work. Yeah, so I made some subtle changes here. You don't have to. So you're probably getting more alerts than I am, right, Elijah? You're probably getting more alerts. So I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, you're probably getting more alerts. You should be getting these alerts for sure. But you're probably getting other like more alerts. I up the filter. Like for me, understand that when I give you these when I'm sharing my scans, they're templates. And what I mean by that is that you can make changes as you see fit. For instance, you may want a different price range. I've got a 1 to 20 price range. You may want to, and if you look, I may have made, I don't know, I think I upped the current volume. I think the one you've got might say 3. I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure. I can't remember anymore. I might have upped the volume. Things like that. So I think, though, that you're probably getting at least the same ones, just more. But they're designed just as a template. Yeah, okay. If you want, that's the whole thing about our scans. I mean, if you start getting too many, that's when you start increasing the filter values. So by that I mean, I mean, so maybe you want up 5 or 6% from the open, more minimum volume, current volume at least 5 or 6. I mean, you can play around with these. They're just meant to be kind of templates to get you going. This Sientra has just been a little star. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately, but it's been a star. So I mean, this still has room. I mean, look left, $9 or so is where the next big resistance area is for Sientra. All right, guys, give me just a couple of minutes. Okay, guys. So now the other thing here is here's my watch list up, okay? And here is my this is the don't repeat versions, okay? Finite, well, I mean could be termed finite, I suppose, but just a few stocks that you have to that are covered. So that's the whole thing about why I create my watch list. And this one is that if you're new to trading and you find it overwhelming, sure, you're going to see signal after signal after signal. I mean, they're all meeting the requirements, but this will help you focus on just a few stocks for the day. And if you had the AI, you know, again, a few stocks for the day. And again, you don't have to do anything. You just have to, load the windows. I mean, this is man, what a day. I mean, it feels like the market is up a lot more just based on all these small ones that are just running. But this is a small cap day for sure. I'm not saying there are any large caps that aren't going up, but this is a small cap day. Okay, SLGG is triggering over and over again. I mean, guys, I have to tell you, I mean, this is a remarkable day. The reason I'm saying that is that this is the 12:30 start. Now, without getting into a lot of detail, usually this might only have, for the balance of the day, 6, 7 alerts. Okay, this is what I call my 12:30 start, looking for new highs and lows. And I mean, it's filling up. It's just filling up. Okay, Night Fox. Nice to hear. Gosh. I would almost call this the trade of the day because I know there were other ones that were more dramatic, but in terms of relative, relatively stress-free, except for that candle right there. And listen, I know there are probably others that look like this. I just didn't see them come across on my alerts. But other than that candle right there, that red candle right there, I mean, look at this 15-minute chart. Straight up. And not a super low float, certainly not excessive, but 42 million. Watch list up is momentum up on the list. Well, the only thing about, I mean, you're starting to get into maybe a resistance area. I mean, 924. I mean, you're $1 away, but I would think that this is going to block it for a while. SIEN. So, okay. So I don't know what you meant there. You had me scared there for a second. No. It's momentum up. It's this one up here that you can't see. It's over here. Okay. Watch list up has got nothing to do with momentum up. Okay. To have these, you have to load them from the toolbar. New, channel bar, and then this is a watch list. My watch list right here, Barry's watch list. Okay. This is designed, again, if you just really want to focus on very few stocks during the day, you can click on my watch list. Yeah, I mean, do you manage money or do you have are you a licensed broker? 99.9% of the people just have to say no. Okay, but if you're a licensed broker or you manage money for somebody else, then you have to say yes. The reason being is, and then the exchanges. So your subscription, obviously it goes into paying my salary. Thank you, but seriously, I mean, we have to pay data fees to the exchanges. So if you're a non-professional, we pay them one fee. If you're a professional, you have to pay them. Okay. Yeah. So it's not an issue. So look at a marker here. I mean, another one, just some huge moves here. So MRKR, so we're close to the whole number. So looking left, 322 is the next high looking left. A little bit, I mean, if it can get through all that three, I mean, then it's got some room to that 5 level. Servers are not cheap, no. And it's a nice situation that we're in, but this has been, I always say, unfortunately, this has been like a record year for trade ideas. Last year and following into this year. A lot of it because people staying at home, but with that, yeah, more servers required. Yeah, I can't help you, JB. I have no idea why. I mean, it's got to be your internet connection or something. I mean, every now and then, yeah, I see right now. Now it's possible there's something going on. I just noticed. Yeah, okay, I just noticed you're right. something's going on. 590. So but is it affecting anything? Yeah, a little bit of lag. Something might be going on. Let's see if this, right back down to 24. So it might have been just a momentary blip. I mean, if it's constantly over 100, 100 and under is what we say is okay. All right, guys, I am looking to see if this, what is this BNED doing? Yeah, I don't think it's going to do very much, BNED. What are you talking about in terms of port? Are you talking about with Interactive Brokers? Well, I don't even know what you mean by a port. Firewall port? I have no idea. No idea. I thought you were talking about the ports that designation with Interactive Brokers. I'm not. I have no idea. Firewall ports. I have no idea. If you want to get super technical, you can always start. You know, if it's important to you, you can always go to our homepage and ask a question like that. I have no idea. And there's the link. One big wow for Sientra. Yeah, there is something going on. I have to admit, I haven't. There's something going on with Trade Ideas on my end, anyway. It's yeah, it's sort of jumping around. I don't know, no explanation. Haven't seen that for a long time. So yeah, I think there is something going on. I have to. No, I haven't seen that. I'm just going to keep an eye. And I've actually asked a question for the other guys, see if they're experiencing the same thing in terms of the jumping around. Okay, so it looks like there is something going on. Yeah, I see I'm getting a little bit of lag, guys. A little bit of lag. So there might be something going on with one of the servers, depending on the server you're on. Oh, I have no idea. Night Fox, I have no, you're asking me all these questions that have never been asked in 10 years to me. I have no idea. So I'm just going to do a reset. If you like, I don't even know if they'll tell you, but go to the home page and you can ask that question. I don't know if they'll even tell you, but okay. So Rob, when you say broker partners, so Trade Ideas. Okay, the question is, who are our broker partners? Okay, I hate to use the word partner with any of this. Okay, we link with many brokerage platforms. They don't, but I have to preface that by saying they don't care whether we link with them or not. Okay, so I hardly call them partners. We just happen to be able to establish a link with many platforms. Okay, so all the linking does is if you click on an alert, that it'll load into your broker platform, and then from there you trade it. Now, we have a slightly more of a connection with Interactive Brokers, so that if you want to use this window called Brokers Plus, you can actually trade. You connect to IB, Interactive Brokers, and then you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But I even then, I don't want to call them a partner. It's just, we're just able to do that using this program. But you can use Trade Ideas with any broker. I mean, we're a scanner first, and that's it. So, does that make sense? So, I mean, at the very, very, very worst, as a scanner, you get an alert and you type the symbol into your broker's platform. Okay, we just try to make it a little bit easier with some of our linking tool. That if you can establish the link, then you don't have to type symbols in over all the time. Okay? Okay, great. So what possessed you to think you had to write that, Grumpy? I know you've got nothing to do all day long, but what possessed you in that particular time to write that out? Well, guys, Sluggo, SLGG. My. So again, looking left, I mean, this still has some room. 647. I don't think I want to enter your world, Grumpy. Yeah, it's getting so close to that. Sientra is getting so close. Well, okay. I don't know if 892. I thought it was closer to 9. All right, Ija. I won't sleep on it. Let me see what you're looking at here. All right. Well, I see what you're. Okay, so here is one. This is. Okay, just one moment, please. One moment.